So, do you value your own life?
Well, I think everybody values their life. You'd have to be a complete moron if you didn't value your life.
And what about the lives of others?
Well, obviously I value those that are close to me, my family and children. I value them above everything.
But if a stranger, let's say, got in your way and tried to stop you on a job, you wouldn't think twice about hurting them?
No compunction whatsoever.
So is that why you carry a gun?
Well, who says I carried a gun?
And would you use the gun against the police?
Well, who told you that I carried a gun? Where'd you get your information on carrying a gun?
Okay. Do you think the police should be armed?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't care.
What do you think of Virtua Cop's policy of shoot to kill?
I don't understand or know at this moment in time who Virtua Cop is.
Well, Virtua Cop, he's killed like hundreds of criminals so far.
Well, unless I actually come up against a guy, it wouldn't bother me.
But doesn't the idea of a cop with like a 45 Magnum with infrared sights and armour-piercing bullets bother you?
If it didn't bother you, you've got to be brain dead. Yeah, it does bother me.
Virtua Cop, Game and Gun $59.99. If you want arcade classics, you want Sega Saturn. The game is never over.
What you just listened to is a real interview Sega of Europe recorded with a real inmate at a London correctional facility. Then 50-year-old Stephen Hickson was serving an 8-year sentence at HM Prison Lacquerware, according to Next Generation. Sega reportedly paid him $300 to do the interview, along with contributing £200 to prison funds, produced into a radio ad by McCann Erickson. The Publication Marketing Week got a copy of the consent form signed by Hickson, granting the ability to tie his voice to a shooting video game. Fred Broughton, then chairman of the Police Federation, calls the impression this game gives to children astonishing and wants the Home Secretary to re-examine a prisoner's right to speak with the media for money. Prison Governor Ted Butts said staff felt conned, originally believing this interview was for a documentary radio program, not a commercial for a computer game. But it was a commercial, airing on London's Kiss FM Tuesday night, December 5th, 1995. Sega is now in hot water with the United Kingdom correctional system, right as it's getting out of hot water with frustrated game developers. Virtua Cop is more than just a port of a revolutionary arcade light gun game. It's an attempt to make Saturn's 3D easier to program.
It's PandaMonium!
Japan 日本だとバーチャルでバーチャルリアリティまで行っちゃいますからいいんだけど、アメリカの場合はバーチャルレーシングだと変な意味になっちゃって、だからこの際ですね、どうせわけわかんないんだったら L を取ってですね、セガとしてですね、これからバーチャルリアリティを意味する言葉としてバーチャルバーチャルバーチャルレーシングとかバーチャルバトラーとかなんかいろいろバーチャルシリーズとかいう形で持っていければと思ってるんですよね。
Much of the intel on how Virtua Cop came to be is locked behind a language barrier. Fortunately, SamIAm graciously volunteered to translate several dozen pages of Japanese interviews and articles just for this video. He even tracked down a few people who I normally wouldn't be able to speak with. What you're about to watch would not have been possible without his talents and generosity. Thank you, Sam. The year is probably 1992. United States military dogs are using state-of-the-art texture-mapped polygons for high-end flight simulations. Bedazzling chipsets used to instantly take future pilots to the virtual skies are catching the eye of Yu Suzuki. His ambitions are instantly rekindling after the success of his Model 1 arcade board, now sending people screaming down F1 circuits. Before Model 1 gets a chance to fight martial arts masters or cripple the Empire's fearsome space station, Suzuki is already cutting the boards for Model 2. It's the beginning of a famous partnership between Sega and the US military. Suzuki and his Sega teammates are joining forces with tech masters at Fujitsu and GE Aerospace, the American defense company that later joined up with Lockheed Martin. Suzuki said in an interview he had to take their $2 million graphics system and convert it to a marketable $50 chip. He admits it was tough, but clearly not impossible. Through this unlikely friendship, the teams from different continents got the job done. See this? It could box with an early 2000s racer. But this is 1993, Daytona, USA, the first game to release on Model 2 arcade hardware, beating the graphical pulp out of Virtua Racing just 1 year later. The rapid progression of Suzuki's technology is setting a blistering pace. Of course, we saw how the Saturn port isn't even close, but at least the gameplay doesn't suck rusty mufflers. As Daytona pumps on all cylinders across arcades, Sega is flexing out bangers at machine gun speed for multiple pieces of hardware. They use Model 2 to make the world's best-looking racing game. Now they're about to use it for the world's best-looking light gun shooter. Virtua Racing fires the starting gun on their Virtua brand. Now Virtua is taking on the form of a futuristic law enforcer. Yu Suzuki wants to expand this Virtua empire. You can hear it ring in his brain early on, later renamed Virtua Fighter in 1993. This workhorse is taking little time to soak in his success, already carving out Virtua Fighter 2. Virtua Cop is also in the works at around this time, but Suzuki is taking a hands-off approach, credited as a supervisor. Katsunori Itai is chief of police for this project, its main programmer and director. His right-hand man is Akihito Hiroyoshi, wearing the badge of main designer. But make no mistake, the core idea does come from the Polygon pioneer.
It was Yu Suzuki's idea. He said we ought to give a shooting game a try. We thought that if we're gonna do it, we might as well use our latest board, the Model 2, to make one with polygons and textures. That's how it started.
Itai and Hiroyoshi spoke with Gamist sometime between Virtua Cop 1 and 2. The AM2 gang seems generally unsure about making a shooting game, but with their new Model 2 tech, this brings on new possibilities. Virtua Cop can be the world's very first polygon-based light gun game. Textures are just a bonus. They started with the standard concept of a scrolling gallery shooter.
For VC, the original plan was to make a game where you have your reticle, and you line up with enemies that pop out of hidden places and shoot. We were going to have a polygonal town that would scroll by. Yeah, that was the plan.
That was the plan?
Then one day, Yu Suzuki saw this commercial for a canned coffee, and he shouted, "That's it."
That's it, the great man said. The light bulb in his mind glowing far brighter than whatever TV displayed this mystery commercial. SamIAm and I spent hours digging through long compilations of old Japanese commercials, looking for that coffee ad they're talking about. Shooting in the dark, I asked my Twitter followers. Lacquerware found it. Here it is.
Mild. 甘さすっきり。北海 100% キリマンジャロ。Mild 新登場.
In the commercial, there was a can of coffee on a stand and a targeting reticle appearing in front of it. The camera zoomed in, and when the reticle lined up with the can, the coffee's ingredients were displayed. This is where the idea of zooming in on enemies and putting a reticle in front of them came from.
You can see the reticle zero in on the can of hermetically sealed caffeinated nourishment, very similar to Sega's Cop Blaster. This couldn't be more clear. Mild Kilimanjaro coffee from Paka inspired the gameplay of Virtua Cop. AM2 is going to break the trend of scrolling shooters. This will not be on a left-right rail that just so happens to have 3D graphics. The rail twists and turns, taking advantage of this new tech, moving through the dock, ducking through crates, and weaving around corners, zooming in on any bad person who wishes to end you. AM2 blanketed this triad of shooting ranges with a plot line. In the American manual for the Saturn port, we get a SparkNotes version of the plot. It's more or less the same in the Japanese release, but in Japan, the lore goes deep. We got a hold of this Japanese strategy guide, which expands on the background story in official canon capacity. What you're about to hear includes some translated text from the guide. Virtua City, a gorgeous new capital city incorporating all of the very latest technology. The Virtua City plan, pushed forward primarily by the conglomerate Evil Corporation, has proceeded successfully, and many businesses and people have flocked to the city. With a population of 200,000, Virtua City's growth accelerated thanks to publicly run high-speed subways and trains, allowing for speedy commutes to the larger cities nearby. A prosperous and peaceful seaside suburb with hopes for a bright future. However, in this city that at a glance seems peaceful, there is a terrible rumor. Weapons of murder are being illicitly manufactured here, and in large numbers. Jonathan Hardy, a skilled investigator in the Virtual Police's 2nd Department, was looking to find out what was behind the rumor. When he finally got a lead, he set out on his own to follow it. But he did not come back alive. He left nothing behind but one photograph, out of focus and insufficient as evidence. Jonathan's son, Michael Hardy, became a Virtua police officer upon graduating from the academy, but was pinned as a frequent troublemaker due to certain excesses in his investigations, the result of his hot-blooded character. He wound up being disliked throughout the force, and after being shuffled through each department, found himself in a small, special new unit established within the 2nd Department. The investigators in this unit included only the section chief, Michael, and James Cools, who would later be Michael's partner. And as it happened, Michael's first investigation in this new unit would be into the same thing his father was trying to figure out, the illicit weapons manufacturing group. Michael's friends nicknamed him Rage. His partner, James Cools, is nicknamed Smarty. The son of a wealthy family, Smarty's passion for justice led him to become a detective, despite resistance of those around him. Unlike the fiery Rage, Smarty has a cool-headed disposition, and between that, his family, and his good looks, he's very popular among the ladies. In fact, he has more than a few girlfriends. Also separating Smarty from Rage is his willingness to use anything that will help with an investigation, and he will happily use the lock-on sight that Rage hates so much. He's a surefire shot, and the best in the department. It's an all-out war between the Syndicate and the law throughout the most scumbag-infested districts in Virtua City. It just so happens this very assignment Rage is given is also a personal mission to avenge his father. They utilize the latest and greatest in coffee-can reticle glasses to take down Joe Fang, along with bosses Kong, King, and the Boss. It would have been funny if they named Kong and King something like Zilla and God. The guide spells out Rage and Smarty's characteristics in this chart. As SamIAm points out, the two gentlemen are not set up to be generic blank slate dudes. They are armed with relatable personality flaws, habits, and tastes. Rage's favorite sport is judo, while Smarty prefers tennis. Favorite animal? Dogs. Siberian Huskies, to be specific. Smarty? None in particular. Behavior when drunk. Rage cries a lot, while Smarty never gets very drunk. Rage prefers to drink Budweiser, while Smarty, when he does, drinks dry martinis. Residence: single dormitory. High-price condo paid for by parents. Hobby: shooting guns. Driving. Attendance at work: late once a week. Perfect. Favorite actress: Winona Ryder, Julia Roberts. Relationships with women: None. Many. Quite the playboy. Sam sums this up well in an email to me. He said, Rage is flawed and in very relatable ways. He's late to work, he's broke, he's probably not getting any. Well, perhaps when he's had a few too many Budweisers, he might fall teary-eyed into the arms of whoever looks the most like Winona Ryder. Meanwhile, Smarty is handsome and perfect, but also comes off as a little out of touch, and his passions don't seem to burn as brightly as Rage's, probably because he doesn't have the same personal stake in his work. This presents a light gun game with a greater body. No more are you just a simple plastic gun pointed at a cathode ray. The person towing that heat is also towing the typical baggage of a working man on either side of the middle-class spectrum. A classic sleazy screw-up with a reputation for causing trouble in the force, for going too far at times, too absorbed in his work. Once cheerful, now a quiet man since the death of his father, focused on finding the men who killed him. Smarty, the son of a wealthy family, settling for a career as a cop, has too many girlfriends at once, and happily uses the new lock-on tech which Rage hates so much. You bleed blood, a modern-day warrior, up against both the bad guys and yourself. American and European Virtua Cop never got this much detail. The team begins drafting their plans for what humanoid beings get die-cast into the chunky gons, ready to feed textured people into the boards of Model 2. Drawings you might expect to see in a Mike Judge cartoon. Comically fierce henchmen with a variety of sunglasses, aviators, pointy frames, and pointy hair. A seasoned Virtua Cop fan will start to recognize who these sketches become. What we're looking at is concept art from the arcade original in the magazine Gamist, leading to the game's fall deadline. You can see screenshots of a dock level, the first of 3. Each of the 3 stages is divided into 3 scenes. The third scene ends with the boss fight. Multiple enemies can appear on screen at once, and they can come out of pretty much anywhere. Behind barrels, cars, out from underneath your camera, jumping out of semi-trucks, sniping you with a pistol from towers. They're all over. But you won't get shot by a bad guy until their coffee-inspired reticle appears. They call it lock-on sight. It starts green, slowly turning yellow to red. You get shot when these flashing triangles reach the center, taking away one of your hit points. Some of these suits will run by without any reticle. They don't shoot you, but you can still hit them for extra justice juice. No reticle warning appears for these melee weapon wielders. They just hit you. If you need a reticle to hit these beefcakes, then it's time for an eye exam. You run into some special enemies who throw grenades and axes at you. Either shoot them out of the sky or get chopped. These guys will always throw no more than 3 projectiles before giving up, unless you kill them first. Hostages play a major role in level setup. Like the good guys in Hogan's Alley, you get used to shooting every body that jumps out when all of a sudden, a rock-stupid, white-suited idiot leaps into your line of fire. Why though? Don't hit these guys. If you do, you lose a hit point. Losing hit points also decreases your multiplier, the ultimate tool to getting high scores. It goes up to 9, leveling up more when you shoot a bad guy multiple times. You only need to hit them once, but you can hit them up to 3 consecutive times for more points. A justice shot nets even more, achieved by shooting the gun out of their hands. If your first shot hits them in the head or disarms them, you won't be able to shoot them additional times. The multiplier goes down by about 2 or 3 levels anytime you lose a hit point.
A dock gives us the opportunity to come up with all sorts of interesting places where enemies could take cover.
Scene 1 takes you through the gates of the AM2 wharf, blasting away bad dudes who jump out on the ground and from up top on the roofs. You can blast away objects like these windows. If you shoot this door enough times, you get a machine gun. the first of 5 types of bonus weapons. It's a rapid-fire gun with 30 shots, but it doesn't let you reload, going back to the standard pistol if you run out or take a hit. A semi pulls up, unloading more bad dudes before taking you through the thick of the shipment crates. You find one of many bonus crates giving you a rifle. This makes hitting them 3 times a lot easier. Notice how each enemy reacts differently depending on where you hit them, believed to be a first for 3D games. You shoot him in the leg, he crouches down and grabs his leg. Shoot him in the arm, he holds it in pain. Direct critical hit in the chest, they backflip. A hit in the dingus. Combining this with your ability to break shit makes it feel like you're truly interacting with a 3D world. Notice how when the player gets shot, the screen shatters into a spiderweb crack stretching from coast to coast. For some reason, you can only see the score in between scenes. It's not constantly displayed. Scene 2 gives you a first glimpse at Kong, riding through on a trailerless truck. You can't shoot him yet. Take a look at how they integrate hostage timing with strategy. You could kill this guy early, but if you do that, it means this hostage will still be walking in this line when another bad dude jumps out from behind him. That makes him more difficult to kill without slaying an innocent life. Yeah, the hostages are indeed annoying, but how they play out encourages memorization and strategy. You rip through wave after wave, finding your first automatic pistol. It has 15 shots and can be reloaded. This is a very useful bonus weapon. But like any bonus weapon, you do lose it if you take a hit. Anytime you have the opportunity to use a bonus weapon, take it. They seem to put in waves that are easier to kill with larger clips right after these weapons appear, allowing you to focus on upping the multiplier as opposed to timing reloads. This fight blows up a car, leading to Scene 3, the first indoor fight area. Not a lot of elbow room here as you fight several waves inside this warehouse. There are more than a dozen places for them to emerge from, and you shoot them all at this angle. You're introduced to the shotgun, a reloadable 6-shooter with a larger hurt box. You can see its blast zone is taller, not wider, so this doesn't make it too easy to mistakenly hit a hostage. Once you get out, you get to the first boss, ears graced with the world's best dialogue scene in arcade history.
Ready, bow, don't we? I'll take care of you myself.
Kong has a health bar. He launches rockets at you, which you have to shoot out of the air before they hit you. It's a balance between focusing on the rockets and hitting Kong at opportune times. I find that shooting the rockets right as they start blasting out makes it easier since they're not all over the screen. At the 11th hour, he appears to wave the white flag, surrendering himself to the law.
Wait, I give up. I'll talk. What do you want to know about a racket?
But Kong does not give up.
Gotcha.
Joe Fang's evil helicopter takes flight, soaring away from your bullets to save this big fight for the finish. Shipping ports are a recurring theme in Japanese video games. One might explain this with the fact that it's an island nation and many of its top industries rely on the sea. Such shipping docks inspired the very first level of Virtua Cop, but it was almost something else.
The vision we had in the beginning is that it would go dock, construction site, enemy headquarters. At a construction site, you don't know what's going to be there, so we can make enemies pop out of unexpected places. A dock is relatively barren compared to that, and to a degree, the enemy's appearances are easier to anticipate, and in this way, the stage order is a means to raise the difficulty of the game.
Fang's helicopter flies into the Virtua sunset as you enter the second stage. Scene 1 smoothly glides across this flat construction yard. You can blow up this tower with an explosive barrel, killing all bad dudes within its radius. What a wonderful set piece. The camera plummets down into a pit with the crane parked off to the right, picking off bad dudes from the high ground while carefully avoiding the running innocents. This forces you to surgically pick them off, weighing your chances of racking up the multiplier against accidentally nabbing a hostage in the process. Get a load of this fake out. Bad guy up close, another bad guy up close, then, oh, good guy, don't shoot me. This part really makes you wonder what motivates hostages to leap right out in front of you, a mere few feet away. They say our brains make us do abnormal things in fight or flight situations, but lunging into the line of fire while saying don't shoot me just seems way too rock shit stupid. You go out of the pit and into scene 2, blowing up another tower, then back down below to machine gun a large fleet around the scooper, and up again. An automatic pistol is hidden here, but be careful not to hit a good guy while aiming for it. There are 2 thugs who drive vehicles. The most infamous is Dump Truck Man. He tries running you over, leaving you with a very small and short window to shoot. You have to smash out his window and hit him before getting slammed. It's best to break this windshield early. Another guy will hop inside this excavator, attempting to dig out the law. He's a tad easier than Dump Truck Man, but still pretty annoying. Right after this, there's a hard-to-get extra life, obtained by shooting this guy in the back, then shooting at the heart icon that comes out of him. There's a ton of other henchmen trying to kill you while laying your claim to good health. Timing reloads here is tough, even if you keep the automatic pistol. Scene 2 ends with a fast-paced series of suit-clad and SWAT armor men cranking up the difficulty by a couple notches. If you don't have the larger clip, then you better have quick reload hands. Ending with the beautiful scene of this dingus falling into a stack of barrels, blowing up in a blossoming car explosion. Yeah, I think he's dead. This is where Virtua trainees become Virtua Cops, an especially abrupt awakening in Scene 3, where you go down this narrow corridor with aggressive SWAT guys. The machine gun is almost necessary here. As opposed to holding down the trigger in a big sweep, it's best to re-squeeze with each coffee commercial reticle. The hallway ends with the gift of a magnum. Then, Boss 2, King.
Sure enough, you two. So you made it this far, huh?
Instead of rockets, King shoots fireballs. They're a little more difficult to shoot. The Magnum makes them easier to hit. He occasionally jumps down, letting some of his SWAT gear buddies jump in to try and kill you. You can see how your shots leave behind bullet holes on some of the set pieces. The enemy sequences here are strictly scripted based on King's health. If it's time for the next wave, King will be unhurtable until you finish your henchman veggies. Fun fact! It's the only boss fight with waves of henchmen, making it the most dynamic by a mile. And the best part? No dumb hostages here. Tearing through the crime organization ends at Evil Headquarters. Legend has it the building is based on Sega's headquarters, but Hiroyoshi says this is not true.
It is not modeled after Sega headquarters. When we were working on Virtua Cop, the new building was actually under construction and we had never seen it. So when it was finished, we were astonished to see that it looked exactly like the one in Virtua Cop. Not only that, but we were going to make Evil's entrance have 2 sets of doorways. It proved fortunate that because of matters related to the track, we decided at the time not to. When we saw the new building, we collectively thought, thank God we didn't make 2 sets of doorways. But regardless, anyone who visits the headquarters these days will look around, nod, and say to themselves, it's Virtua Cop. And that's what they go home thinking.
It starts with the brief outdoor section at night, smoothly moving to the lit-up parking garage below after acquiring a shotgun.
Well, the third stage is the last one, and since the first two had been outside, we wanted things to end in a showy indoor gunfight. This was something that we made our minds up about very early on. Oh, and while the truth is that we wanted the story to change depending on the route the player chooses, various circumstances forced us to abandon this idea at the time.
Yes, sadly, no alternate endings or choose your own paths. It's all one rail, but that rail is pretty well designed. The parking garage capping off Scene 1 requires some level of memorization to avoid hitting good guys and to hit those surprise enemies. There's little room for reaction time here. You must be quick. Scene 2 brings you upstairs to the main level, with bad guys yanking hostages out from behind barriers, using them as meat shields, and forcing them into conga lines.
Don't shoot me!
There's another tricky one-up here. It's easy to kill a good guy in this process, so it might not be worth trying to get that extra hit point unless you're feeling lucky. Midway, a semi-trailer crashes through this large window, dumping out more henchmen. The whole section here is just pure fun. You make your way up the escalator into a highly difficult series of fights in this tight office space. It's easily the hardest part of the game. Be on your guard, use bonus weapons to your advantage, and don't get hit. There's a lot of objects you can interact with here, blasting holes into the monitors and otherwise disrupt the flow of capitalism. There's a machine gun behind this painting if you want it, and an easy-to-get rifle as you head into the elevator. Scene 3 is pretty short, but the white hazmat suits smack you as soon as that door opens. 2 more lob grenades, quickly ending the attack at this lovely fountain, featuring an AM2 favorite.
Yes, it's Sarah from Virtua Fighter. There was a certain fellow who was extremely insistent that we get her in there. The bottle she's holding breaks and everything. It's just a shame that you can't see her well because of the path.
Better run home to Mama now.
SamIAm notes, he believes Hiroyoshi is talking about Yu Suzuki when saying fellow. Sam tells me this means there must have been an informal and friendly relationship between the developers and their boss. As for the player, an unfriendly relationship between you and boss.
But now you'll regret being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Boss, sometimes referred to as President of Evil, hops inside this mech at the push of a button. It shoots rockets like the Kong fight, and he also has a sniper arm, taking several shots to deactivate when its reticle appears. Don't get hit. Focus on destroying his sniper arm when rockets are not on screen. Boss is actually easier than he appears. Then, the elusive chopper makes its final showdown.
At the evil corporation, you fight the president in his office, and you're made to think, this is where it ends? And that's where we put in the twist with Joe Fang.
This chopper is all I need. I'm through with you two. Now you meet your maker.
The truth is we were going to make Joe appear briefly at other important points in the game, and you'd have to fight him to advance. At the end, you'd beat the president and start to withdraw, but then that guy would still be alive. However, the order of the stages and the way that we wanted the stage select to be available meant that we needed Joe Fang to appear like he ultimately did. As for his personal role in things, he's like a right-hand man to the president on the surface, but then in reality, he actually gives the president orders. You see this a lot in American action movies, and we love that stuff.
Joe Fang has the same rockets as Kong and the fireballs from King. He is fast and tough. Prioritize the projectiles and keep your focus in check. It's easy to lose health here. The last thing Fang saw before tumbling to his explosive demise was the son of the cop his organization killed. not only solving the illegal arms dealing case his father set out to investigate, but single-handedly cutting through an army of thugs to avenge his death. With the help of his partner and the advanced tech he once rejected, Rage is at peace. Glaring at the surviving boss getting hauled away in cuffs, Smarty taps him on the shoulder and gestures Rage into a new chapter of his life. Justice is served, and closure is his reward.
Still, there were many things that we wanted to do at this time that we didn't, and as a designer, that made parts of the project unfulfilling for me.
It's amazing to hear the word unfulfilling from the developer when describing this masterclass in light gun shooters. AM2 stretches far beyond the gimmick of being the first in the genre to use textured polygons. They're using this new tech to the advantage of its gameplay, moving the game camera into a fully three-dimensional world, fine-tuning enemy and item placement so that everything has a purpose. They were forced to save some ideas for Virtua Cop 2, but making the first is still an experience Itai looked back on fondly.
For this game, we had the planning side saying, we want to do this and this and this. And then the designers and people in other sections would say, with an unusual degree of enthusiasm, well, I think that for this part, what we really ought to do is this. And when it was a good idea, we'd say, that's great, let's use it. On the sound side, we were worried about the gun's sound effect, but the effect they came up with was dead on to what we imagined. All it took was one try. In this way, the environment and the coordination for the game was excellent. VC was a lot of fun to make, and I made many great memories along the way.
Beginners can have fun without getting slammed early on, while the hardcore can keep playing and playing, memorizing fleets, rack up insane scores, and work toward the coveted 1-credit clear. Not to mention 2 players could go co-op, or perhaps 1 person can dual wield? It might only take about 25 minutes to play through the entire game, but shooter fans are missing out on fine details if they credit feed it once and move on.
Rage. Smarty.
If we go into the sound test of the arcade original, we can hear several voice clips that didn't get used.
Spit out!
This includes dialogue from Rage and Smarty, something we don't hear at all in the final Virtua Cop.
Talk! What's this?
It sounds like these were meant to play in between levels.
Okay, let's have it. Who's behind all this?
We can hear Kong tell them about the construction site as Rage demands answers.
You said you'd tell us. Now talk.
There's a construction site outside the city. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, let's go.
Didn't realize it was a trap, eh? Get 'em, boys!
Sufficient enough evidence from King to lead them to Evil Corporation.
What is that?
It's an EVL Corporation security card. What are they doing with one of those? I've got it. It's a front for their criminal organization.
We can also hear some evidence hinting that at one point, the original plan was to fight Joe Fang before Boss.
Wait! You will go no further than this. I will have my revenge on you for what you did to my boys. I got you now. If you really want to die, cops, enter that room and seal your fate.
This explains why Boss's intro speech is an incomplete sentence.
Killing Fang was quite an accomplishment, but now you'll regret being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
This seems to further indicate a level select was implemented in the late stage of development.
Fun fact!
The arcade machine is incapable of displaying a score of more than 9,999,999 points.
ポリゴングラフィックのガンシューティングゲーム。
アミューズメントセンターにおいているガンシューティングの中では初めて先ほどバーチャファイター2見ていただいたと同じようにテクスチャーマップドポリゴンの CG を使ったゲームなんですよ。
You can see some visitors here at the 1994 Japan Amusement Expo, enjoying what appears to be a complete build of the cab.
そうですね。あとはもう物を投げてくるとかいろんなことができたり、あとは撃ったところから倒れていく、銃をもし自分が撃てば相手の銃も飛んでいくと、そういう細かい描写までできるのがその CG の利点なんですよね。
This striped shirt wearing plastic wielding warrior starts to get a taste for bad guy blood before they rid her of all hit points on the AM2 wharf.
結構難しいんですけど、すごい面白いんで、ゲーセンとかにやったらこれにハマっちゃって、お小遣いが全部なくなっちゃいそうです。
Virtua Cop got pressed into 3 different types of arcade machines in late 1994. A DX Deluxe cab with a 57-inch wide monitor, the Pioneer cabinet with a roughly 32-inch projection screen, and a standard upright cab. Fun facts! The Deluxe cab weighs a total of 800 pounds according to Sega official specs, and stands at 73.25 inches tall. That's 186 centimeters in non-freedom units. Even though it's a revolutionary shooter released by a big name in the arcade kingdom, this cabinet seems to be a rare find nowadays. According to ArcadeMuseum.com, it is among the least common arcade machines in their database. Virtua Cop 2 machines are far more common.
Even angels need to relieve their tension once in a while.
It's evident, even outside Japan. Mass media producers think viewers will be fascinated by seeing women play Virtua Cop. Though its legacy is still that of a proud and widely enjoyed franchise, it's safe to attribute much of its success to the Sega Saturn port. But this is not just a home conversion. Virtua Cop is one of the first games to use a development tool that they hope brings Saturn up to speed with the PlayStation. The first showcase of a long-awaited polygon engine from Sega.
I mean, we had fun. It was in some ways it was an amazing system. The graphics engine was quite powerful. It was flawed in one tiny little respect that Sony stomped Sega on, which was it couldn't draw polygons very well. It could do sprites, it could do backgrounds and 2D graphics fantastically, probably better than any other console system, even to date. But it couldn't draw polygons to save its life.
It's November 22nd, 1994. The Sega Saturn launches in Japan just a few months after Virtua Cop sneaks into arcades around the world. Developers in the West are already hard at work getting Saturn games ready for the North American launch. Many had to wait months before getting any dev kits. Some are tasked with porting a game without its source code.
And we just mimicked it. We just eyeballed it, recording it with like a camcorder or something. We had no access to source code or source assets of any kind.
The team at Jumping Jack Software is developing Gen War, a first-person mech shooter. It's using textured 3D graphics, something Sega pulled off earlier that year. Even though Leyland got polygons running on a Sega CD, without a 32X, they're in a steep uphill climb trying to get any 3D to work well on Saturn. Sega is not giving them a 3D development engine or toolkit to create these visually complex games. Just manuals telling them how the hardware works. As Iguana developer Steve Snake points out, just manuals was the accepted norm when 2D games dominated the landscape. With this heavy push to 3D, programming the games becomes much more complex. Uncharted territory with no groundwork to build from. Snake says this is the main reason why people say the Saturn was hard to program. I think that's unfair. Every system that came before it also just came with similar manuals. It's what we were used to. Of course, the Saturn had more of them. It could do a lot more than previous gen. It's just that Sony made sure their system required next to no learning curve to get going, because at that point, nobody expected them to do well against Sega and Nintendo. It was a move that paid off, and the rest is history. Sony bought out Psygnosis. Psygnosis publishes development software made by SN Systems. Next Generation documents the relationship pretty well in this article. SN Systems had been making development tools on other consoles for years. Psygnosis wants to publish successful video games, and since they are now owned by Sony, they want to use good dev tools. Since Sony bought Psygnosis, Sony became a priority of SN Systems. Chris Kirby sort of spelled this out in our previous interview.
They bought Psygnosis, but what they really bought was SN Systems.
SN Systems were the people who made all the tools for all the developers. So you get all our dev kits, like Genesis and SNES dev kit. They'd been making this debugger called Pro DG for years and years. It was fantastic. Everyone used it. That's what they really bought. The Synosa thing was a separate, like, you know, it's part of the deal, but, you know, they wanted the tooling. And that's why the tooling was so much better so quickly. Once Pro DG and SN Systems just turned their focus to PS1.
So in late 1993, almost as a Christmas present, Sony is giving the UK boys at SN Systems early access to PlayStation hardware. Before this, Sony created a bulky workstation development kit, expensive MIPS R4000 machines that connect to prototype PlayStations. SN Systems got to work on turning this into a more streamlined kit, a cheaper and simpler development system that works around a PC, mainly using the common C programming language. They showed Sony this improved dev kit in early 1994. Sony liked it so much, they abandoned the bulky workstation and fully adopted the PC environment from SN Systems. Sony ordered more than 600 units, helping them win over third-party devs. To Sony, succeeding at 3D graphics means playing 3D chess. This relationship is granting the PlayStation excellent development toolkits early on. It's making 3D games easy to make on PlayStation. Sega left third parties with little more than their wits. The early dev kits Sega did provide were bulky, hard to operate, and easy to break.
You would take this thing that was on these big thick cables and you would have to very carefully slot it into where the CPU would normally go.
Sega's debugging system also relied on the complex assembly language as opposed to the simpler C.
It was nuts. Like, I'd never seen a debugger like it. It was crazy. And your debugger was an assembly code debugger.
In the games industry, everyone had already decided what was happening. You know, it was sort of a feeling around the industry that this Sony thing was just going to be huge. And the Saturn, we'd all seen the specs, and it's just not there.
Looking at 1994, at the start of the year, Sony bought hundreds of the nice SN Systems dev kits for third-party PlayStation devs. Sega made bulky, difficult-to-use dev kits and didn't deliver them to third-party Saturn devs until the end of the year. So while early PlayStation devs got to work on nice kits, Saturn devs had to wait for substantially worse kits.
Go!
There's a common myth suggesting Japanese devs had little to no problems creating 3D games on Saturn. But the difficulty with Saturn's 3D is not exclusive to the West. Sega of Japan had these challenges in-house while developing the port of Virtua Fighter 1, Saturn's pack-in title, one of its first games. You're looking at an interview with Keiji Okayasu, the main man behind VF Saturn port. He did some work on the arcade original, saying characters were first built from a few boxes, focusing on movement before giving the fighters more detail. Okayasu took the same approach with the Saturn port, animating about 16 polygons to get the movements accurate before fully fleshing out their models.
では最後になりますけれども、セガサターンというマシンを触ってみてですね、マシンとしての印象はいかがでしたか？そうですね、やはり最初に作ったってことがあるんですけれど、苦労はすごいたくさんあったんですよ。というのはやはりそのサターンを使ってゲームを作った人っていうのは当然ながら初めてなんでいないわけですから、何か難しいことでわからないところとかあっても聞く人がいなかったっていうのが一番の苦労なんですけれど、ただ今回一応アーケード版のバーチャファイターからの移植ということなんで、たくさん持ってる機能の中でもう使ってない機能っていうのがたくさんあるんですね。あえて使わなかったと、削り落としたと。だからその機能を使っていけばこれからもたくさんどんどん面白いゲームがいっぱいできると思います。まだまだいろんなゲームができそうです。ぜひこれからも面白いゲームを作っていってくださいね。ありがとうございます。はい。
As 1994 came to a close, the Saturn released in Japan alongside Okayasu's Virtua Fighter port. It's early 1995. Sega is wrapping up a port of Daytona USA with serviceable gameplay but unforgiving polygon pop-out. Holes in the environment would show up when the game camera gets close. It appears this also happens in Virtua Fighter. Still, Jumpin' Jack got a Genwar demo running by themselves with little more than poorly translated hardware manuals and little polygon pop-out. Leyland admits it was still a struggle to get this up and running.
Because I think up until that time, people were concerned that the Saturn couldn't do 3D at all. So when they saw that we were getting terrain flyovers and like textured polygon terrain, people were a lot more confident that the system could perform. It was just that, yes, it could do that, but you were pushing uphill to get it to do that.
He tells me the Western demand for more development support from Sega of Japan was strong.
For whatever reason, their management wouldn't bend and get a decent polygon engine. Rumors were that they were trying to, and I know several people wrote, several of the developers, and including us, wrote them and said, hey, look, this is a flaw. This is not a good design. This needs to be fixed. And by the time we got to that point, it was already, I think, a little too late, and they'd really missed the boat on that.
Those rumors were true. Sega of Japan was indeed working on a decent polygon engine in early '95. They're creating the Sega Graphics Library, and Virtua Cop will be among the first Saturn games to use it. The first mention of a Saturn Virtua Cop port that I could find is this Sega of America press release, pasted to Usenet on March 14, 1995. Tom Kalinske strongly hints at ports of Daytona and Virtua Cop being made at Sega's product development labs. Sega Saturn magazine in Japan serves as an incredible source for information on then-current Saturn happenings. Virtua Cop's progress is extremely well documented through written interviews with devs, conducted while they're creating the port. Nearly every month, starting in April of 1995, the writers would publish a detailed update on how the port is progressing. In April's issue, the same month Daytona USA crossed Saturn's finish line, the Virtua Cop port was confirmed. Quote, "The rumored next game from AM2 has been confirmed as Virtua Cop, the world's first polygonal gun shooter." At this point, the porting team is still studying the game's foundations, but says they, quote, "may be able to show us something soon," and hints at a possible new light gun peripheral. A statement from AM2 reads, "It's a given that we're going to reproduce the arcade version completely. However, we're also thinking about adding a few things that will be exclusive to the Saturn version." They ask readers to write in their ideas. Across the Great Pacific, an E3-bound Marty Chin is reporting to the internet Virtua Cop is on display at the American show floor. Chin says he has footage of the demo on his elusive E3 tape, something that still cannot be found online today. But other videos from 1995's E3 do show it. We can see a demo of Virtua Cop being played with the regular controller, since there's a cursor on screen and no white flashes. Some of the body textures appear unfinished, but they do have faces, and the environment matches up with what we saw in the arcades. We get a glimpse at this early North American cover art. This exact same kiosk shows up in the Tronix E3 video. The cursors in these two clips do not move in the same places, so we can tell it's a playable demo, not a recorded clip playing on repeat. Another visitor is saying they got a Saturn sampler disc with screenshots of Virtua Cop on the back.
Mark III conversion badge. Equipped with Vista Bay window, running board, V6 engine, sport wheel, and inside you'll find air conditioning.
It's June 1995. 2 months after the port reveal, and 1 month after the Saturn surprise launch in the States,
it's out there.
SSM is already showing us screenshots of the Saturn port in progress. You can see the faceless enemies, no textures applied to their bodies yet. It's a sure sign of a work in progress. The screenshots in this June issue have to be using a build from before May 11th, since E3 clearly shows a game with faces. Considering these magazine interviews are done a month in advance, we can infer AM2 must have rushed these textures right in time for E3.
The characters themselves don't have any textures yet, but their movements are unchanged from the arcade version. It's completely smooth.
SSM's writers are being shown this build in person. They get to see it play out. Of course, they cannot show us video in a printed magazine, but say the movements, when compared to the arcade, line up perfectly. AM2 is focusing on matching movements one-to-one before applying textures to the characters. They tell SSM.
The truth is, the backgrounds you're seeing here are rejected graphics from the arcade version. The arcade version's graphics are composed in a special way, and we can't just copy them straight over. However, the Saturn is actually capable of displaying more colors in the backgrounds, so the port may come out looking prettier than the arcade version. The movement of the characters shouldn't be a problem at all.
SSM asks its readers, will the Saturn version look even better?
The character movement is almost exactly like the original here because the movement data itself is precisely the same as the arcade version. Virtua Cop doesn't have as many complexities as, say, Virtua Fighter, where characters are running into each other. Significant changes to the motion simply aren't necessary. Purely in terms of movement, I think we can achieve a perfect port of the arcade game.
The same article is also getting a first look at what they're calling an operating system, being developed alongside this Virtua Cop port.
The team for this OS is a part of AM2, so we've all been working very closely in tandem. If one of us comes up with an idea for how to improve something in the OS as we're using it, the feedback reaches the OS team instantly. That's how things have progressed.
This is proving to make Saturn development much easier.
With the development of Virtua Cop, we actually started off doing things with the same methods we used in previous games, then gradually transitioned to the new OS and gave feedback to the OS team all along the way. They, in turn, overhauled everything. Now, with this new OS, things have changed so that someone can easily produce something on the same level as Daytona USA, which was at the limits of what our older methods could achieve. Currently, some of the people who worked on the OS are a part of the Virtua Cop team, and they'll go on to make even more improvements to the OS later. So it's going to continue to evolve.
Homebrew developers of the modern age have since discovered this operating system has its roots in the first Virtua Fighter port. The OS is using code and libraries from Okayasu's game, originally called the Sega 3D Game Library. It's evolving into the OS Sega is making in tandem with Virtua Cop.
さて、セガといえば
サターン
そのサターンといえば
バーチャファイタ
ーということですけど編集長はいよろしいですね
正解です
正解はい
バーチャファイターには絶対たまらない情報を取ってきました
We can see in this episode of Game Catalog 2, the OS is also getting used to port the second Virtua Fighter.
これ聞いてくれこれ
何ですか
よく見てびっくりするんですか
おーすごい
こんなものできてるんだバーチャ2
バーチャファイター2これまだサターンの開発 OS ですね OS でツールみたいな、ツールっていうかな、そうだそういうもんだそういうものの上で動いてる要はここまでできちゃえばもうサターンでも遊べちゃうバーチャファイター
すごい滑らかじゃないですか早いし
すごいでしょ
早い
ですよねもうほとんどこれサターンで動いてるの同然なんで
これだってね動いてる映像じゃなくて写真だけで一回この番組で紹介させてもらったじゃないですかあの段階で僕はこれまだ写真しかできてないんじゃないかなっていう感じだったんですけど
このまで来てるんですよね
こんなにもう完璧じゃん
完璧でしょ
サターン版からもうすぐ出ますね
かなり期待したいところですね
Saturn Fan is getting a hot scoop on this OS. They interviewed both AM2 boss Yu Suzuki and Masanobu Endo of Game Studio. He's working on a project referred to as Sega Adventure, likely what became Air's Adventure. Endo made Xevious, crowning him as a gaming god in this era. The magazine writers preface with, quote, "We often hear that the Saturn is a difficult machine to develop for. One of the reasons behind this seems to be the twin CPUs. However, it's the use of these twin CPUs that's the key for unlocking the Saturn's explosive power." This being the case, Sega has decided to provide a new OS. In other words, a basic, pre-prepared set of programs that makes the hardware easier to use. With high-performance development tools, making a game becomes a huge step easier. Suzuki tells them he's working on Virtua Fighter 3 for the arcade, but his other side projects are keeping him busy. Bear in mind, he's making VF3 arcade before VF2 came out for Saturn. Suzuki is overseeing that port and the Virtua Cop conversion.
We showed a concept video of Virtua Fighter 2 running on the new OS at the conference, but it's still like we haven't really done anything on that game yet.
I saw that video. Pi's hair was completely stiff. I thought to myself, they've still got a long ways to go.
Good catch. We made that demo in about 2 weeks.
So the real work starts now, eh?
That's right. Everyone has really high expectations, so the pressure is on. I just hope people can play Virtua Cop while they wait. That one is quite far along in development.
You're using the new OS for that one, right?
You might even say it's a test run for the OS.
So the experience from that will roll over into VF2?
The OS is something we created so that ordinary people will have an easier time making games. It's not as if we'll be able to pull off VF2 just by using it. It's not that simple. Right now, we're only looking into laying the foundations. Once we complete that, I think the game will come together quickly. I think we'll be able to show you VF2 in somewhat better form at the Tokyo Toy Show in June.
Commercial lives for both the Saturn and PlayStation are still in their infancy, not out in every release region. Despite this, easy-to-use 3D development toolkits for the PlayStation are making many of its games perform better than some mainline Saturn titles. They're getting made at a faster pace and in higher volume. Sega seems to be failing to show off Panzer Dragoon, an artistic and graphical showpiece that should arguably be their flagship for 1995. Instead, the press and video game players at large are starting to see Sony's machine as the winning machine.
I think there are developers out there who want to see what the Saturn can do, and I think you need to show them.
The Saturn is my company's machine. Seeing articles comparing it with another company's machine and not describing it attractively is very frustrating. What I want to do is make a game that shows off what's attractive about it.
By another company's machine, you mean the PlayStation, right?
It all comes down to what kind of games our customers can play. I think we'll be alright as long as we release software that holds its own against what's on the PlayStation. Although I will say that the PlayStation does have a high volume of software.
If you take two people of equal ability and start them developing games on the Saturn and PlayStation simultaneously, the one on the PlayStation will be able to produce something that looks good in a short period of time. Nobody knows for sure, but I think the PlayStation will peak early in this respect, at least for a while. I get the feeling it's the Saturn that's going to be able to do the most in the end.
A lot of people say that the PlayStation is easier to develop for, just like you did now, and we simply can't have that. That's why we made the new OS. We're looking forward to seeing the response to it. I think it turned out pretty well.
I don't know much about the new OS. What is it?
We made it so that you can do development like you would on a single CPU. With this, you don't have to think about distributed processing on the twin CPUs, which ought to have been the biggest issue. We added strong scroll functions as well as polygon-oriented functions.
That sounds easy to use.
The problem then becomes, what degree of ease will third-party developers demand? If it's still hard for them with this OS, we might have to make one fork for fighting games, another fork for driving games, etc. And if we do that, people who couldn't normally make games will be able to make them. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Sony seems to think it's a good thing. There are companies who had never made a game before who thought, alright, let's try making a PlayStation game. And they did it. Of course, whether they made good games is a separate issue. It's just that they could make so many games in such a short period of time that's amazing, I think. For people who make games like I do though, the Saturn is easier to work with.
If you're making a conventional RPG, I think the Saturn's easier to work with.
That's right, it's definitely easier.
When you get into the hardware, I mean really get in there deep, the Saturn lets you reach the part that itches, so to speak.
As long as you understand the hardware.
It is difficult until you've got it understood.
The PlayStation leans toward 3D in certain areas. You could say that's its specialty.
The Saturn has half-transparent functionality and distortion functionality for polygons. If you use them well, you can do things that you just can't do on the PlayStation. It all depends on how you cook with the hardware.
イベントロケでのお任せの中山優子です。そしてイベントは初めてです。ちょっと緊張してますが頑張ります。シンダバスコです。そんな緊張することないよ。もうほんまよろしく頼むで今日は。そうバリバリの大阪弁でちょっとね今日は頑張りましょうか。はい。それでは行きましょう。イエーイ。
It's Tokyo Toy Show time for Saturn's Virtua Cop, just a few months after development started. They're showing off a nearly finished level 1 with textured humans, and more importantly, this.
3D ポリゴン。そしてこの拳銃といえばバーチャコップがあるんですね。結構ね、絵とか見てもね、もうゲーセンのアーケードと全く変わんない。うまい。ってことは、むちゃむちゃなる。こうやって受ける拳銃も発売されるってことなんですかね。
It would appear this is the first time that the Saturn's light gun is getting shown off to the public with Virtua Cop. Visitors of the toy show get a taste of the wondrous wharf, with more background textures than what they saw in SSM a month prior. This month's article says, quote, "We were able to play with a custom light gun that Sega had prepared for the show, and even had a tournament."
このバーチャコップも人気を集めたセガサターン版で、なんとオプションのバーチャガンを使ってプレイすることができる。ストレス解消にはもってこい。
The man in the glasses seen here in the background is Takashi Isono, the man in charge of this porting operation.
Saturn バーチャコップディレクターを務めてました磯野と言います。トップでちょっと、語りたいんですけど、当時セガの、AM2 件というところは3D ゲームをすごいヒットさせていたところで、アーケードで 3D ゲームとかを出していたんですけど、そのセガサターンでも出すぞという時に人がいなかったんですね。全くスタッフがいない。で、私も当時4年目ぐらいの本当に新人からちょっと抜けたぐらいだったんですけど、突然呼ばれまして、なんかサターンでバーチャコップ作ることになったからやってっていうふうに言われて、でスタッフは誰ですかと聞いたら、確かスミさんは決まってたような記憶があるんですけど、そうだったんだ。はい。あとはこれから順次送るみたいなこと言われてですね。確か最初僕とスミさんともう2人ぐらい4人ぐらいしかいなかったと思うんですよね。始まった時は。はい。でだんだん皆さんが1人ずつ集まってくるようなそんなことを覚えております。以上です。
プロジェクトはいつから始まったか覚えてますか？1995年の1月、2月、その辺ですか？覚えてない。生まれ
たのが3月とか4月ぐらい、それぞれ何月に参加したか覚えてれば大体わかると思うんですけど。
僕と滝沢さんは1995年の1月の頭にセガに入ったんですよ。で、入った時にはもうすでにスミさんとか磯野さんとかもうバーチャコップやられてたはず。なので94年ぐらいからやられてたんじゃないですか。なんかモーションとかは出てましたよ。ポリポリのモーションが。
そうなんだ。へー。
滝沢さんそうだよね。一回滝沢さんデートナに行ったけど、またこちら側に来たからですね。
そう、95年の1月にセガに入社した自体はそれだったのは覚えてますね。
一応みんな軽く自己紹介しようよ。
Yes, let's introduce everybody, because there are a lot of them. You're looking at modern-day Takashi Isono. SamIAm managed to get in touch with him, and he quickly agreed to do an interview with us. After a lengthy approval process, we set up a time to talk. In the months leading up to our big day, Mr. Isono managed to rope in other people from the Virtua Cop team. Somehow, the stars aligned. Sam and I got to speak with a whopping 7 Saturn Virtua Cop devs. In addition to Mr. Isono, we interviewed programmers Hiroyuki Suzuki, Masayuki Sumi, Takeshi Iwasaki, and Norihiro Sekine, joined by designers Kazufumi Ohashi and Masakazu Takizawa.
一番最初から多分僕が参加することになってたんじゃないかなとか思ってます。で、プログラマーで、その当時人もいなかったっていうことはあり、僕多分言われた時まだ2年目だったと思うんですけど、いきなりもうリードプログラマー、メインプログラマーみたいになってくれという話があって、マジかとか思いながら、もう手探りで始めたってところでした。
94年とスミさん2年目だもんね。俺が3年目で。ちょっとなんかおかしいよね。
Mr. Ohashi tells us he was working as a planner at a different Sega subset before getting assigned with AM2 as a designer for Virtua Cop.
ただ、私当時プランナーだったのでデザイナー経験なかったんですが、デザイナーで配属されました。なのでゼロからデザインツールを覚えたりとか、いろいろデザインのことを勉強しながら、開発したのを覚えてます。ちょっといろいろ皆さんにはね、協力していただいて本当に助かったんですけど、それで無事私はデザイナーのキャリアがスタートしました。
僕が入った時はですね、サターンでやっとこう敵がこういうモーションをやってるような状態で、しかも四角いのだけですね。テクスチャーとかもほとんどない状態のやつが動いてる感じのやつが再生されたのをすごい覚えてますね。
They describe Sega going on a wild staff recruiting frenzy in late 94 and early 95, trying to get enough people to work on Saturn games. Mr. Iwasaki said a lot of this was internal, shuffling their staff away from the Mega Drive and other platforms.
もともとメガドアの部署にいたんですけど、メガドアのが辞めるって話で、一旦ゲームギアの部署に行って、1ヶ月後ぐらいに AM2 で人材募集してるって話で、面接受けるかって言われて、社内で面接受けて、で、2件に AM2 に移籍しました。で、最初に入ったのが、バーチャコップと、サターンバーチャコップ。で、それが、94年の12月らしいです。
僕の記憶だと、それこそセガサターン、セガがこれから頑張っていくぞみたいな時期だったので、すごく広くこう募集をしていたので、そのタイミングで僕とか、それこそ都築さんとか、他にも同期というか同じような時期に入った方たちが多かったんですけど、そういった経緯で2件には AM2 件には入ったという形です。
Programming machines in factories before getting hired at Sega, Mr. Takizawa started out with the Daytona porting team, but they were at the tail end of development, and Takizawa says they hardly had any time to train him.
入ったばっかりでちょっと不安とかもあったんですけど、当時上長にその部の上長に当たる方とかにちょっと相談とか乗ってもらって、なんやかんやあってその磯野さんの下のそのセガサターンのそのバーチャコップのチームに配属になるみたいな流れがありました。で、その過程で僕が当時本当に若気の至りというか勢いで本当に今思うととんでもないことを上司に言ったもんだなとは思うんですけど、プログラマーじゃなくて僕デザイナーがやりたいですって言ったらその上司の方もやってみればみたいな。
Much like Iwasaki, Mr. Sekine started with Mega Drive and 32X games as a planner. He also got jettisoned to Saturn during the staff rotation rush, similarly thrust into a role he wasn't necessarily hired for or trained in.
先ほど大橋さんがデザイナーになったように、AM2 に企画、プランナーがなかったので、職業がなかったんですね。なんで、私の場合はプログラマーに転職しまして、で、同時に配属されたのが、SVC でした。はい。本当にペーペーで全くプログラムを触ったことがなかった状態で配属されました。
A man who was not a programmer suddenly became a programmer for Saturn Virtua Cop. It's a secret he kept until 2022.
皆さん、プログラマーじゃなかったんだ。ごめんなさい。今知った。
僕も初めて知りました。
僕も知ってました。
そう、同じ部署だもんね。すいません、ちょっと、交渉しちゃって申し訳ないですけど、そんなわけで、初めての人たちがすごいたくさんいつつ、2年目、3年目しかいなかったようなチームだったってことです。
Isono seems to describe the team as a ragtag gang of underdogs. Many are new to Sega, perhaps seen as a group of greenhorns. They're being assigned a fairly major project, working to prove Sega's worth in the 5th gen fight, and proving their own worth within the video game giant.
ポリゴンというか 3DCG のゲームが出始めて、 セガでも作り始めて、それでまあセガが先陣を切って作ってたチームというか、部署だったので、バーチャレーシングとかバーチャファイターとか、それでなかなか人気もありつつ、まあ結構活気はあったのかなっていうふうには思ってました。まあもう個人的にも自分やりたかったのは、まあそういうのをやりたかったっていうこともあったので。
As expected, they're working with source material from the Model 2 arcade boards Virtua Cop.
で、まあちょっとキャラのことはそういう意味ではちょっと僕らあまりこう言えることって多くないんですけど、背景に関してはっていうか基本的にはそのアーケード版のポリゴンのデータが存在してたので、まあそれをこう持ってきて、でまあそのデータを基本的にはまあリダクションしていくというか、同じ見た目をなるべく保つように、でもまあアーケードとどうしてもその性能差っていうか、描画のスペック差があるんで、ポリゴンをリダクションしていくっていうのがまあ基本的ななんていうか作業プロセスでした。で当然その配置、そのコンテナはここにあるよねとか、ドラム缶ここにあるよねみたいな配置のデータっていうのはそのアーケード版のデータが存在しているので、なんかことさらこうサターン版にあたってその僕らがこういじるってことは基本的にはまあないみたいな。
Mr. Sumi is the main programmer for this port. He and Saori Nishikawa appear to be the only people who worked on both the arcade and Saturn Virtua Cops. Kazuo Otani is also credited, seen in the staff for Saturn's Virtua Fighter. Getting Saturn Virtua Cop to this point is not a 9-to-5 task. As we so often hear in the video game industry, the grind was real.
みんなですね、いいゲーム作ろうと思ってみんな頑張ってた感じですかね。もう残業も気にしないでみんな頑張ってたっていうイメージがすごい強いですね。
そうですね。今だったら絶対にブラック企業って言われてるかもしれないんですけど、当時は本当に夜中の1時、2時とか普通にバリバリやってたし、でなんかそれがあんまり苦痛じゃない気がしてたんですよね。まあ、いい思い出になってるからそう感じるのかもしれないんですけども、皆さんやってたので、それが普通かなと思ってたし。
Black company in this context means a sweatshop-like working environment, but in an office setting. Ohashi is not calling mid-90s Sega a black company, suggesting the insanely long hours were fruitful and enjoyable. By today's standards, it might be considered too much. Times were different, as were the times on one's pay period. Ohashi said working until 1 or 2 in the morning was common. If the work shift starts at 8 a.m. like many other offices, working that late would put your shift between 16 and 18 hours. Let's estimate a 15-hour shift. If that held true for 5 straight days, that's a 75-hour work week, 90 hours if they're pulling 6-day weeks. If the standard work week is 40 hours, they're pulling well over 100 hours of overtime each month. But they still remember this experience fondly. The devs we spoke to loved making these AM2 games.
まあ、雰囲気がすごい良かったですよね。その当時の、まあ、若い人が多かったっていうのと、あと、ちょうど AM2 系にものすごく人が入ってきた時で、勢いがすごかったっていう、記憶はあります。
やっぱりこう、アーケードゲームの、こう、なんていうか、ヒット作が多い部署としては、すごくこう、ゲームファンの間でもすでに認知度高かったと思うので、まあ、その、まあ、ゲームセンターで遊べるゲームが、そのセガサターンで、ご家庭で遊べるゲームをこれから出していくよみたいな、やっぱり、こういう、なんですね、そう雑誌とか、そういうので出てて、まあ、2件がそれを作ってるっていうんで、すごく期待度が高いのもなんとなくは感じ取ってたので、
Expectations from Japanese magazines were indeed high, since the Virtua Cop coverage is constant. But as Isono recalls, expectations from inside Sega's walls were practically non-existent.
AM2 系の中では、サターンのバーチャコップって別にそんなに期待高くはなかったので、そう。それ、やっぱ入ってきた鈴木さんとか滝沢さんとかね、大橋さんとかは、そう言うんだけど、スミさん、あれだよね、バーチャコップあんまり期待されてなかったよね、2件の中では。
最初は当然人も少なくて、磯野さんも、未経験でリーダーって、僕も未経験で、プログラムってことでやってたんですけど、とりあえずやってみればぐらいの感じでしたよね。
そう。だから、すごいそのスケジュールも厳しくなくて、なんか、ほっといてもらえたよね、いい意味で。うん。で、いや、本当にこの、当時4人ぐらい最初。で、しかもみんな新人とか2年目とかぐらいで、できるわけないですよねって言ったら、まあいいかなっていうふうに。
その時、並行して、バーチャファイターの、サターン版とバーチャファイター2が、どちらかというと、移植の方が2件は力入れてたじゃないですか。
そう、バーチャファイター2ね。お隣だもんね。
なんでもそこにやっぱりあって、おまけでやってればぐらいの感じあったかもしれないです。
Developing in the shadows of AM2's cubicles has its advantages. Flying under Sega's radar allows them more freedom to put in new features and change the way Virtua City looks. This also gives Isono a chance in leadership to quietly train in the many young teammates who've never programmed or designed a video game.
今にして思うとですけど、そういうこともあるから結構僕らからすると割とのびのびやらせてもらったというか、そんなに窮屈な感じはしなかったのかなって今にして思うと思いますね。
私結構デザイン初めてでいろいろツールを覚え始めてたんですけども、磯野さんが結構、丁寧に教えてくれるんですよ。質問、フォトショップの基本的なツールの使い方とかも質問しても、すごくなんか嫌な顔せず教えてくれてたので、これとすごい助かりました。
むしろ教えるの好きですもんね。
デザイナーで、なんていうのかな、ほぼ初めての部下だったわけで、皆さんが。なんか、丁寧にやりたいなっていうふうには、その時は思ってたかもしれないですね。
Sega's sudden staff shuffle to Saturn forced people into new roles. Isono and Sumi took it upon themselves to mold the team into an AM2 powerhouse. As the Tokyo Toy Show approached, expectations rose sharply.
最初は確かプレイヤブルじゃない出展の予定だったのを、急にプレイヤブルにしてくれって話になったんじゃなかったっけ？誰か覚えてる人います？
僕は覚えてないです。
あれ？でも一番それやって大変なのはスミさんじゃん。
そうだと思うけど。もう記憶が飛ぶぐらい。
確か当時ステージ中を割と開発はしてたんだけど、プレイヤブルってさすがにそこまで保証できないじゃないですか、その出来が。で、完璧にいけるのは途中までかな、車、倉庫かなんかに入る直前ぐらいまでかな。
なんか途中までのバージョンを作ったような気がしますね。
そう。それはね、作ってもらったのよ。なんか文句言われながら、スミさんに。これマジでやるんですか予定狂いますよとか言われながら、いや、ごめん、やってっていう風に言った覚えはあるんですけど。
Through even harder overnight shifts, they rapidly got Stage 1 slapped together just in time for the show. They were ready to show off their work to salivating visitors.
二人組でなんか何時から何時までは誰みたいな感じでやってたはずですね。実はちょっと今日持ってくるの忘れちゃったんですけど、磯野さんが書いた良い子の東京ゲームショウマニュアルみたいなやつの紙が会社にあったっすよ。
書いた覚えあるわ、そういえばなんか。
そのタイトル覚えがある。
で、結局まただプレイヤブルで出展したのがものすごく功を奏して。
Up to this point, it had been rumored that Virtua Fighter 2 and Virtua Cop were coming to the Saturn, but some speculators thought this would not be possible, at least not in a way that's any good. After all, they're basing these thoughts on Virtua Fighter 1 and Daytona's ports.
かなり話題になったんですよね、そのトイショーの時に。特にバーチャファイターのセガサターンの後に、いろいろファイター2とかバーチャコップとかラインナップ出すよっていう風に言って、ユーザー側が結構、本当にサターンでそれできんのみたいな、疑心暗鬼というか、ちょっと心配してくださってた時に、バーチャコップの、なんていうの、完璧具合を出したっていうことで、かなりセガサターンに対する期待値がわーっと盛り上がったような、そんな、記憶があります。
Their demo was a tremendous hit, not only with attendees, but with their higher-ups at Sega.
朝礼やってたんですよ、当時は。 それで、サタンのショーに出してすごく話題になって、当時の部長がみんな集めて、サタンバーチャコップすごいと。みんな拍手みたいな感じで、みんなでこう拍手して、られて、で、磯野さんが、ゾーッとして、今後プレッシャーを感じて、ゾーッとしてる顔を覚えてます。
それで褒められたのは覚えてます。確か。
なんかみんなで拍手してましたよね。
拍手だったっけ？
でもありそうですよね、なんか。
当時やってますよね。
これあれなんですよね。メガドラとかの時は、おもちゃショーって行けたことがなくて、初めておもちゃショー行って、で、プレイヤーが実際に自分が作ったゲームをプレイヤーが遊んでるっていうのを初めて見たんですよね。で、すごい楽しそうにやってるのを見て、ちょっと感激したっていう記憶はあります。
This public demo at the Tokyo Toy Show is serving as a successful early publicity stunt. The fresh new gang working to prove their worth among Sega at large, rapidly racking up their corporate score multiplier. Sega's expectations from this team started small, but Virtua Cop did so well at the show, Sega started taking note of these underdogs. In its near monthly coverage of the Virtua Cop port, SSM started focusing on Mr. Isono at around this time.
Well, first of all, Stage 1 is broadly finished. On one hand, we're now going through it again to polish it, while on the other, we're also now tackling Stage 3. For Stage 1, we're fixing up all the obviously concerning issues, so please consider the visuals to be a work in progress.
SSM asked Isono how the development of the handgun peripheral is going.
It's come quite far already. We're still looking at prototypes, but the version that we sell abroad is going to have to be made differently. For the Japanese model, it looks like it's going to be mostly the same as the arcade version. However, in other countries, it's a strict requirement when designing video game guns to make them so that they, quote, appear obviously as toys.
Isono solidifies the sheer importance of making sure the movement is identical to the arcade. He says they're checking the Saturn and arcade versions together, one frame at a time, meticulously ensuring the seasoned arcade goer can transfer all muscle memory to Saturn's Virtua Cop. While the build they're showing off does have textures, there is a small graphical sacrifice.
By the way, it looks like the number of polygons used to build the characters is a little reduced. Would you comment on that?
Not just the characters, but the stage graphics themselves have seen a marked reduction in polygons. The designers are working really hard on this. We can't go any lower. As a matter of fact, when we showed the lead programmer of the arcade version some data, he said, "These aren't the polygon counts, are they?" When I told him they were, he replied, "That can't be. You can't have made the same graphics with so few polygons." I'd like to ask the people who see the Tokyo Toy Show build what they think. The characters are still in progress, and I think the number of polygons will actually go up a little in the end.
This build is just Stage 1. They're skipping ahead to Stage 3 instead of developing them in order.
It's because Stage 3 is probably going to be the most problematic thing in the entire porting process. We've got a deadline to meet, and so we want to get the hard parts out of the way first. This stage has a particularly high number of obstacles, and we're going to have to rethink how to draw them, and also deal with polygon dropout. All of this we're aiming to get done early.
He expects his team will have this done by late summer or early fall, saying they still have to deal with the ups and downs of Stage 2. But even though they only have one stage at the Tokyo Toy Show, it's proving to be a smash hit among guests. One of its visitors told the English-speaking Usenet boards that it looks very good. Behind the scenes during the toy show, the 3D polygon engine of legend is coming out of the forge. We're hearing Japanese publications refer to it as OS, or operating system. They're really referring to SGL, Sega Graphics Library. The writers are likely calling it OS to make this understandable for readers who aren't technically inclined. Saturn technical documents refer to SGL as early as May of '95. SSM is releasing this interview with Tadahiro Kawamura, manager of AM2's Technical Research Division. Dude looks very happy to be here. The man is stoked. This July SSM issue reads, quote, "What exactly is this new OS that's supposed to make Saturn development so suddenly easier? The whole story will now be made public for the first time ever."
The first time we started talking about it was before the Saturn came out, in autumn of last year, right after the AM show. the American newspaper, The Wall Street Journal, put out an article that compared the Saturn and PlayStation, and they said the PlayStation was easier to develop for. This was at the same time that we were wrapping up development on Virtua Fighter, for which we had just done what we always did and not felt particularly constrained. We thought, however, that if this is what people are saying, then why not renew the Saturn's OS so that even those developers who have no experience making 3D games can do it easily? That's how it started.
What differences are there between the OS you've provided so far and SGL?
As I mentioned, we've made 3D much easier to produce. This is the key point. For example, putting together one human polygonal character like Akira would require some real technical getting used to with the old OS. With SGL, we've structured things so that the same thing could be produced very quickly.
Up until this point, hardly any third-party developer used the second CPU, creating single-processor games on a dual-processor console. This new software and dev kit are providing an environment where one can easily create 3D games that use both processors and take advantage of the Saturn's computational power.
Is it true that by using SGL, work efficiency will go up?
It's fair to say that it will go up dramatically. First of all, this means a developer can, without issue, put together a game in the C programming language, which is used in personal computers and Unix workstations alike. In this way, it's possible to make a Saturn game without even being very aware of the Saturn. This is SGL's greatest advantage.
Sam and I showed them pictures of the early Sophia dev kit used for games like Virtua Racing and SimCity. In this attempt to jog their memory, we asked if they remember what kits they used at Sega. At first, it was not the Sophia.
これよりも前にもっとバラックっていうか基板むき出しのやつがあった気がするんですけどね。
あったあった。なんか
These early kits at Sega were more raw, and in some cases, even more massive.
実はさっきの写真よりも一個前がもっと基板がむき出しの開発ツールで、それよりも前に、僕が聞いたのは、なんか、なんですかね、ちっちゃい冷蔵庫ぐらいの、箱みたいなのがあったっていう話を聞いたことがあるんですけど。
全く覚えてないんですよ、僕。
でかいやつは、コンシューマーで移籍する前に他の部署を見ることあって、そこで、でかいの、でかい基板が2枚ぐらいで立方体組んでるみたいなやつがあって。
そう。
それを、で、クロックワークナイトとか作ってましたね。
The devs believe Sophia was primarily made for third parties, Sega's early attempt to streamline development long after Sony made a better kit for its third parties. Sekine remembers seeing the newer SGL kit get used a lot after Virtua Cop. Since it was being made alongside the port, this team used it toward the end. They also spoke about using Silicon Graphics design tools for Virtua Cop. In a set of next-generation interviews published later this year, it's revealed that Yu Suzuki requested a, quote, smarter and more convenient set of development tools be created, right when development of the Virtua Cop and VF2 ports started in late '94. It says they carried out research with Sega of America, third parties, and Sega of Japan to find out which aspects of the current development tools needed improvement. If you ask the guys I've interviewed, sounds like a lot needed improvement. They need better 3D tooling, easier ways to dual process, and easier ways to use both VDPs. At long last, developing for the Saturn might become easier, though it does come with a price tag. According to the SSM article with Kawamura, renting the software and dev kits are going to cost third parties about $1,300 per month. That's in USD. That's not too bad considering how much more companies spent on other hardware. Chuck Tillman's team spent tens of thousands of dollars for their big Sophia unit and Hitachi debugger.
Kind of primitive looking. I mean, it was big and bulky and heavy, and it had this CD drive bolted onto the top.
Tillman said they were used to using these Genesis dev kits, which resemble the new kits accompanying SGL. Unlike Sophia, this is a cart dev box which sits below the Saturn. You can see it comes with some thick manuals and 3D modeling software. Other than games Sega worked on to coincide with SGL, We can still expect all of the 95 and some 96 games to be stuck with those older dev tools, since third parties already spent about a year building their games with Sophias. They're not just going to start over. Iguana UK devs said in a magazine interview they wanted to use SGL when porting NBA Jam, saying that would have shortened development time. It will be some time before Saturn players can see more games utilize SGL, designed to catch up Saturn development with PlayStation. Sega's already a solid year behind. Keep this in mind. Sega is making their own polygon engine in-house, in an era where such engines have yet to become an expected standard. Sony bought Psygnosis so SN Systems could create their polygon engine way ahead of time. An extremely smart move that's paying off tremendously. Largely thanks to this, they're still winning the third-party race by several miles, even though the Saturn has capable hardware power deep inside its machinations. This streamlined dev environment Sega is trying to make is something Sony already had before either console came out.
The Saturn is regarded to be a little behind in terms of 3D. Is it fair to say that SGL puts it on more equal footing?
In terms of polygons, I dare say it's by no means inferior. Also, the Saturn has specialized 2D abilities, and with SGL, 2D techniques have also been librarified. It's fair to call this a selling point as well. Combining 2D and 3D has its own special challenges, but this has also been made easier. Developers who are particularly skilled at 2D games will likely be pleased with this.
This SGL tour de force is inspiring more confidence in the Saturn's 3D capabilities to developers, journalists, and regular game players at the show.
これまでこうしたオプション機器関係は意外とブレイクしませんでしたが、これは楽しめそうですね。さて次は大人気のプレイステーション。
One of the questions Sam and I asked the devs, what did they think of the Saturn as a game system?
ゲーム機としてサターンをどう思ってましたか？
僕一応その事前に送っていただいたやつで振り返って考えてみたんですけど、やっぱりスプライトセガサターンとプレイステーションがほぼほぼ同時期に世の中に出てたと思うんで、当時は全然そういうことあんま分かってなかったんですけど、やっぱりプレイステーションに比べてやっぱりあくまでスプライトのマシンなので、なんていうかスプライトゲームに同じタイトルがプレイステーションで出てても、やっぱりセガサターン版の方が良いみたいな、2D のゲームとか、スプライトのゲームが、セガサターンの方が、出来が良いものが多かったので、なんかそういう意味で、個人的にはなんかプレステよりは、なんかセガサターンの方が、自分がスプライトのゲームが好きだったので、好きだなっていうのはなんかありました。特に2D の格闘ゲームとかがすごく好きだったので、なんか、なんだっけ、ストリートファイターゼロとかね、なんか、都築さんたちと遊んでた時とかありましたよね。
ずっとやってたね。
ずっとやってましたよね。
3D game design on the Saturn is often described as making a 2D sprite into a polygon. You had to use the system's sprite warping functions to make something that appears to be 3D. This is partially why SGL is being made. As Mr. Isono told us, he thinks of SGL as a library for making polygon graphics on a sprite machine.
3D のマシンではないのに、そのポリゴンのマシンではなくて、スプライトのマシンで 3D を作るっていう、そんなことをさせた会社がちょっとどうかしてるんだと思うんですけど、ゲーム機としては非常に良いじゃないですかね。スプライトゲーム作ったこと一度もないですけど、サターンで。ただ、奇妙なことを、当時もやっていたなと思っていて、世界中で今 3D のゲーム作ってる人、ものすごい数の人いると思うんですけど、スプライトマシンで 3D ゲームを作ったっていうのはすごく数少ないんじゃないかと思うんですね。この長いゲームの歴史の中で。それでバーチャファイター2とか、デートナイ USA とか、バーチャコップとかを作 作ったっていうのは、ちょっとすごくないですかっていうふうには思います。はい。デザイン面とかね、苦労してたもんね。大橋さん、滝沢さん。
僕初めてのね、3D タイトルだったので、前例がなかったので、それが普通なのかなと思って僕は当初作ってたので、でそのうち慣れてくるので、なんか、こんなもんかなっていう感じで作ってました。
僕も同じことを言おうと思ってました。はい。
初めてだったので。
でもバーチャコップって四角いものが多いじゃないですか。直方体が。そのステージとか。だからまだ作りやすかったなと思うんですよ。はい。ちょっとデザインサイドからそんな感じでしたけど。はい。どうですプログラム的にはそのセガサターンで 3D っていうのは。
いや、先ほどからずっとお話に出てるように、やっぱりベースがスプライトで作っていくというか、2D 主体で、構成されてる、スペックのハードウェアで 3D をやろうっていう時点で、結構やっぱり無茶をしてるなっていう印象がいろんなところに出てたのかなとか思います。でも、ちょっと扱いづらいみたいなお話ありましたけれども、ちょっと何と比較してっていうことなのか、ちょっとわからない部分もあるんですが、大きなところがさっき言ったシステムがあまり 3D 寄りには作られてなかったっていうところは大きかったとか思うんですが、それ以外は、そこまでは、あまり、僕がいろんな種類を経験してないってこともあるのかもしれませんが、そこまでは気にはならなかったんですよね。
The double dealer of dual processors nabbed them too. SGL is using both, so Virtua Cop is boiling on both stovetops. But the developers seem to agree, dual processing with Saturn was a challenge.
あとはそれこそ CPU が2つあるんで、それをどっちに振るかみたいなのを全部プログラマーが管理してあげなきゃいけなかったので、それが今回のお題の SGL につながると思うんですけど、青本の元々の SDK だとそういうのはプログラマーがいい感じにやると性能が上がりますぐらいの人が書いてないって、多分それを読んで分かる人は全然平気なんだけど、分かんない人たちは何言ってんだこいつっていう SDK 読んで思っちゃうって感じだと思うんですよ。
なんでまだそういう技術が世間的に浸透してない中で使いこなせとかっていうのは結構無茶だったかもしれないですよね。
Part of SGL's intent is letting programmers get more mileage out of the easier C programming language as opposed to the more complex assembly language. But in order to squeeze a good volume of juice from the fruits of this motherboard, they wound up coding much of Virtua Cop in assembly.
速度を上げるためにほとんどアセンブラで書かないとダメというような形には最後の方はなっていったので、でもアセンブラももうなんていうんですかね、書き方自体がすごく個性的だったので、なかなかもう命令を順序逆にするとか、そういうのを多様にしてましたからね。
We asked how much of Virtua Cop was written in C and assembly. Without precise numbers, Suzuki estimates half of it is in assembly. Masayuki Sumi says most of the arcade original is written in C, with a few parts in assembly. Because of this, they started doing the Saturn port in C.
そして結局そのままだと、パフォーマンスがあまり出ないって形で、負荷の高いところからアセンブラに置き換えていきつつ、高速化を、図るというような感じで進めていました。で、最終的には結構な量がアセンブラに置き換わったのかなっていうふうに考えてます。
そうですよね。なんか、僕が覚えてるのは、タイトル画面とコンフィグ画面とか、そういう比較的 3D 関係なくて、なんていうんですかね、処理が重たくないところは C で書いてましたけど、もうゲームに入ったらもうほぼほぼ、アセンブラにしてたような気もしますね。
They used a compiling program to sort of translate bits of C code into assembly code.
最初に C で書いて、で、遅いと、C が吐き出したアセンブラのコードを読んで、で、これじゃダメだっていうのをプログラマーが判断して、自分で、ここはインラインで書き直したりとか、やってましたね。俺はやった記憶があります。
そうでしたね。
今の C のコンパイラーよりもすごい性能が悪くて、人間が書いた方がいいコードが書けたりするんですよね。今はもう だいぶ最適化されちゃうんで人間よりも早いのができるかもしれないですけど、特になんか SH 通用コンパイラーみたいなので、そんなにこう、力入ってないコンパイラーなのかもしれないですけど、とりあえずコンパイルできますみたいな感じだったのかもしれないですけどね。
From a design standpoint, Takizawa said working with Saturn's limitations meant chopping off parts of the stage when not on camera. It was a constant battle to maintain a good frame rate by dicing up set pieces. Thankfully, on-rails games lend themselves to this design strategy.
バーチャコップってこうレールに乗ってカメラが動いていく、カメラワークが固定のゲームだと思うので、このシーンではこの範囲内が映りますっていうのが、そのフレーム単位でも全部決まってるゲームだと思うんですね。で、そういった特性も活かして、もうほぼフレーム単位で、なんていうのかな。例えばこのコンテナ、長いコンテナがあったら、そのコンテナを例えば半分とか4分割とかにして、細かく割って、それを今のこのカメラではコンテナの左半分を表示します。で、ちょっとカメラが移動すると、切れた状態になっちゃうんで、その2番目のポリゴンを出しますっていうのを結構細かく、すごく細切れにするっていう作業が、バーチャコップでは発生していて、それをほぼ全ステージにわたって、やったっていうのが結構大きい思い出の一つですかね。
確か滝沢さんと大橋さんでもうテレビのちょっと見ながら、ここ消えたとかチェックとかってやってたのは覚えてますよ。完全に消えなくなってなんかガッツポーズしたのとかも覚えてます、なんとなく。
フレーム外のポリゴンとかも全部うまくポリゴンを新しく作って切ったりとか、関根と結構やってた気がしますね。
プログラマー側でチェックしていろいろ切り方とかしてしたのは僕ですね。はい、
そうっすよね。なんか200分割とかっていうのとか。
そんなにやったのあったの？
でも、とにかく絶対にポリゴン消さないぞっていう規約みたいなものが、そのね、チームからあって、ほんと完全に消えなくなるまでやってたもんね。特にステージの3とかね。
バーチャコップを期待している皆さん、皆さんの期待を裏切らないように一生懸命移植してますんで、どうぞよろしくお願いします。本当にアーケードと家庭用と全く変わらないような移植を目指してますんで、皆さんどうぞ期待していてください。
This is a clip from Saturn Super Volume 2, a demo disc for Japan. Through a swashbuckling sea of menus, it slaps in some playable demos and several behind-the-scenes FMV videos, including these interviews with Takashi Isono.
先ほど磯野さんと初めて久しぶりにお会いして、メガネないなというのをまず。
はい、レシックしました。覚えてないよ、でも全然。この取材というかこのシーンは全く覚えてないです。
Based on timestamps in the disc's files, we can assume this was filmed in the summer, sometime around the toy show. Isono is showing off a build that looks similar to the one at the Tokyo Toy Show. It's also very similar to a prototype that got leaked on Hidden Palace. You and I can download that from the internet and play it anytime. Light gun users have to plug the peripheral into port 2, since port 1 only works with the controller in this prototype. No two-player option here, and the other two levels are blocked off, literally saying, being made. This window through time lets us experience the port at this very point in its development. While Stage 1 appears nearly complete, there are still missing sound effects. And things like grenade models are put in as placeholders. None of the bonus weapons are here either. SSM displays screenshots of a scene from last month's build to the one they're looking at now, and that same frame from the arcade game saying, quote, "This is a screenshot from last month. They've improved it so that it now looks like this. The clouds and the backgrounds have been made prettier with gradation, and the sign and the containers have been redrawn. They look better than the arcade game. Here's the same scene in the arcade version. Is the Saturn version better?" About those shipping crates. In the arcade, they say Itai. the same name of the game's director. Here on Saturn, they now say ISO, likely to reflect the name of its director, Takashi Iso no.
そういう風ないたずらはしちゃいました、当時、勝手に。
磯野さん以外の人の名前も入ってたんです
入ってるよ。基本的に、初期に、チームにいた人の名前は入ってるんじゃないか。
入ってますね。僕も TZK とか入ってるので。
そうだよね。
The Mag Writers interviewed Kenji Tosaki of the Sega CS Second Planning Division. He oversees all home console peripherals. They ask him about the big guns of this project. The guns. SSM reads, on home consoles, gun peripherals seem to have a jinx on them. They never hit. However, the Virtua gun, tentative name, looks like it's going to buck this trend.
At the moment, the designs have mostly been settled on. We're now preparing more for mass production. We'll be able to make minor adjustments until nearly the last minute.
What's the difference between this and the arcade version's gun?
Based on the results of our search, we decided to stick with the design of the arcade version's gun, but there are some changes. The color is changed to black, and it's a little lighter. Also, there is a start button on the side of it.
While editing this video, Kenji Tosaki materialized on Facebook. He sort of just appeared one day. SaturnDave got him to do a public Q&A on the SHIRO Facebook page. Fun fact! Tosaki also created the Saturn 3D control pad, Dreamcast controller, and the VMU interface. Tosaki calls the Saturn light gun a masterpiece. Of all the hardware he's designed, this is his favorite. It's lightweight with a sleek finish and durable trigger. Outside the obvious features like a start button, Tosaki is revealing hidden features on the inside. Fun fact! The inside of this first-party Saturn light gun has 2 slots for AA batteries. No, this controller cannot be powered wirelessly. Tosaki is telling us you can use the batteries as counterweights in both the grip and barrel. He recommends just using one battery in the grip for optimal weight distribution. It's an unspoken feature intentionally carved into the plastic mold by Sega. Tosaki says it was his idea to put in a space for batteries.
Fun fact!
Tosaki says he wanted to make a light gun attachment for the 3D control pad. He never got the chance to start developing this idea, but we do see a design rendering here. Fun fact! Before the Virtua gun, they used a modified Zillion gun for testing gameplay.
ジリオンの、セガのアニメのジリオンの銃で結構精度が悪かった覚えがありますね。
嘘！そうなの？
高頻度 100% のサバイバルゲーム。毎秒5発、有効射程50メートル以上。超高速光線銃、ジリオン。
ジリオンの
最初のやつ
できてたっすね。で、紙を丸めて精度を上げてましたよね。
全然覚えてない。
そう。バーチャガンの試作ができるまではジリオンの銃でやってたっすね。
When they finished the gun, the final design apparently made Isono very happy.
バーチャガン、そのサターン版のバーチャガンができたときに、試作品なのか、磯野さんがすごく、嬉しかったのか、めっちゃドヤ顔で、バーチャコップ2チームの人に自慢をしに行ったっていう話を、ある方から聞きましたが。
聞きました。はい。なぜ自慢したかったかっていうとですね、バーチャガンは最初、黒では出せないって話をされてたんですよ。で、それをちょっと自慢したくてアーケードチームまでサンプル持ってって、ほらほらかっこいいだろう、お前らのやつはピンクだとかいうふうなことを言った覚えがあります。
Everyone who the magazines interviewed all agreed. They want to sell Virtua Cop bundled with the gun while making it a cost-effective package, aiming for a price point of around 10,000 yen or $100 USD. They'll sell it separately too.
初期出荷の時に銃がないとか、ソフトは買えたんだけど銃が買えないとか、それは非常に困ると思うんですよ皆さん。で、要望の中にも必ず銃も手に入れたいから同梱一緒の一つのパッケージで売ってくれという要望が強くてですね。こちらが受光部で、ここでテレビの光を受けるようになってます。で、アーケードになかったんですけど、こ こに一つボタンを設けまして、でこれが一応現在はスタートボタンとして使われてます。形なんですけど、バーチャコップの劇中で彼らが使用している銃は実はこれとは少し形が違うんですね。なんでこれ、少し形違うようにしたかというと、バーチャコップだけではなくてその他のいろんなサタン用のガンシューティングゲームで使えるようにこういったデザインに落ち着きました。
The light gun they're creating for the American market is bright orange, with the intent of making it look as far from a real gun as possible. Meanwhile, in Japan, they're creating a special model gun that looks more like a real weapon. It's not a functioning light gun, but something you would buy and paint at home. Check out that glossy wood paneling on the handle. This bad boy wound up costing 15,000 yen. That's about $150. No clue how much these are worth now. I can't seem to find any info about these online. Talking to Isono and Co. nowadays, they seem to confirm its existence. Suzuki also sent us these pictures, showing a prototype shell of the original Saturn gun. Definitely can't sell this thing in America. A great way to get a stern talking to from an Virtua Cop. You can see it resembles the shape of the stunner, but it's colorized to look like a legit pistol, with a sheen silver finish and a black matte grip. This thing is insane. And look, slots for batteries. Going back to the August SSM issue, we're getting another update from Mr. Isono. He had this demo on display for 3 days at the Tokyo Toy Show, taking surveys from the people who tried it.
We had ours for 3 or 4 days of the show. On the first day, everyone was quite surprised, and we were feeling quite good. However, by the last day of the show, we had started hearing harsh opinions from certain people. It's motivated me to keep working hard going forward.
Isono did not clarify what those harsh opinions are. He says they're working on Stage 3 right now, applying the textures to the parking garage section at the beginning. Isono says they're having trouble with the sections beyond the parking garage.
We're all carrying quite a lot right now. This third stage we're working on is inside a building, and everything is structured in these layers that come out one after another. Working on it is an ordeal. We have to think about not just polygons, but also how we can incorporate scrolling to make things look natural. Anyway, once we get through all this, I think we'll have something that will serve as a model of how to do polygon games.
At the show, we saw there was a class award?
Oh, we just did that for fun. We knew there was going to be a tournament at the show, so we tinkered with some Virtua Fighter data and put that in there. I don't really know if we're going to leave it in the final version, but it did get a positive response. I'd maybe like to put in a ranking mode that's at least similar to this.
これだけはやりたいなって、そろそろ考えてるのが射撃場というか練習場のモード。これはできればなんとか入れたい。練習モードってのはステージ1、2、3と関係なく別ゲームとして2人用ができますから対戦なんかできたらいいなと思ってるんですけど。
This article ends on a Q&A with reader-submitted questions to Mr. Isono. One asks about bonus modes. When someone asked about bonus weapons like a rocket launcher, Isono said something like that would drastically throw off the balance of these levels. They did consider putting in a water pistol as an Easter egg. Another reader asks if there will be a shootout while riding cars, like in American movies.
That'll be in the sequel. Seriously though, Virtua Cop's game system allows for all kinds of things, so we're looking forward to hearing all of your requests.
Whoops, looks like he just leaked something.
Any thoughts on when it'll go on sale?
Virtua Fighter 2 is being developed at a fever pitch, and I really want to get this at least done before that comes out. Please look forward to it.
It's September. Virtua Cop 2 is getting hauled into arcades this month, fast approaching its release date. At the same time, Isono and his team are 2 months away from bringing the first game home, working at a breakneck speed. Akihito Hiroyoshi, the main designer of the arcade Virtua Cop you saw in Chapter 1, is also in charge of its sequel. Turns out, he was friends with Takashi Isono in college. SSM decided to have what they're calling a master and student dialogue with the two gentlemen, the man who created the game for giant furniture-sized boxes, and his friend, who's compressing it down to fit in a much smaller box. They get along pretty well.
Our relationship, let me see. I joined Sega around the time that we were making Turbo Outrun, and I worked as a designer on Mega Drive games like Sword of Vermilion and Rent-A-Hero, and here I am.
We were in the same circle in college. I was younger than him. By chance, he offered me a part-time job when they were working on Arabian Fight, and I took him up on it. From there, I just started working full-time.
Hiroyoshi spoke a little bit about Virtua Cop 2, finally able to put in things they didn't have time to put into Virtua Cop 1. Things like splitting pathways and a car chase shootout.
You've got a car, ship, and subway scenes, depending on whether you choose easy, medium, or hard difficulty. And the style of it is informed by elements of Hollywood action movies. We also included characters that you could only see in advertisements for the first game, and we plan on changing the character you use according to the stage you select. The scale of each stage is about 10 times that of the stages in the previous game.
Mystery Sono, how's the Saturn port of Virtua Cop coming along?
Right now, we've somehow got Stage 3 looking like a real stage, but it's been tough. Stages 2 and 3 have lots of things that move, and lots of things that explode. They're both quite the undertaking.
I just think it's amazing that you were able to so closely reproduce a game that runs on the Model 2, the highest spec hardware in all of arcadedom.
Frankly, we can't help being envious when we watch you using the Model 2 to make a game. Every time we get an effect working, we think, this would have been easy on the Model 2.
SSM asks an interesting question. If the two men were inspired to do something in their respective projects while working so closely. Isono says he's going to, quote, get some data from Virtua Cop 2 to use in one of their editions in the Saturn port. He does not elaborate on what this is. As Isono's team works on getting Stage 2 and 3 functional and finalized, his friend Hiroyoshi is bringing the Virtua Cop 2 CAD to the JAMA show, ready for release that month. Isono is also working on CG models for advertisements. This SSM article makes a big deal about Stage 3's evil corporation resembling Sega headquarters, saying the front entrance, parking garage, and elevator all feel the same. As we saw in Chapter 1 of this video, Hiroyoshi publicly debunked this conspiracy theory earlier that year in the Gamist magazine. I will admit, they do look pretty similar. Sega is giving out this pre-release build to some Japanese TV shows. You can see two Virtua cadets in training are getting ready to compete for the best score. These are hosts of two different video game shows, Game King and Game Catalog 2. First up is Sarina from Game Catalog 2. She's already playing with relatively advanced strats. Notice the reloading. She's not pointing the gun away from the screen, but instead covering up the sensor with her second hand so the shot registers as a reload without her needing to move the gun. Next up is Sanae of Game King fame. Player 2 has a rough start at the beginning, eventually costing her the W. It's October. Virtua Cop 2 is out in the arcades, getting rave reviews from fans across Japan. In this month's SSM update, an official release date gets confirmed for Virtua Cop Saturn, November 24th. These mag writers are getting yet another build, showing off a more complete-looking Stage 3. You can shoot out the computer monitors in the office space. The hitmark texture is looking better, and Stage 2 is getting shown off for the first time.
At present, work on Stage 2 is proceeding, but we're still only about 30% finished. Stage 3, which was the hardest, we've mostly cleared. And I think that Stage 2 should carry over without any problems. I'm thinking that we should finally get to work on some of the original elements for the port. For the time being, in addition to the hidden things, I think we'll have an arcade mode, a training mode, and a ranking mode. If we have time, we may remake the opening demo, and we may also create a new background music track for it. We do plan on making the game's music basically the same as the arcades though.
They talk with another Sega man about the Saturn's light gun, saying it's lighter than the arcade's gun, cutting down thickness by a third. The accuracy allows players to use the gun up to 5 meters away from the screen. It says 3 meters is the usual standard. Trigger durability is the same as Sega's control pads, built to withstand 500,000 presses in its lifetime. Now I wonder if the guns come with an odometer. Training mode, the new original element they keep talking about, gets revealed. Though this screenshot of the shooting range has a different background compared to the final build. It's November 1st. We're just a few weeks away from deadline. In this issue of SSM, they published an interview with Isono at a time when the game was said to be 80% complete. Price is set for 7,800 yen for the game and gun, well under their initial target price. Bringing this legendary arcade game home is going to be affordable. SSM's writers say the nearly complete build of Saturn's Virtua Cop was a success at the JAMA and CSG show. Stage 2 was actually playable. The people loved it. We're getting a first glimpse at its beautiful packaging, a sleek gold finish next to an alluring picture of the gun. The box alone will attract shoppers, as it telepathically says, "Buy me," every time someone gazes upon its sheen. At the bottom of this page, we can see some changes made from the arcade version. The car is new, going from a sleek undercover red to this more traditional-looking marked squad car. The jackets on Rage and Smarty are altered, and the gun this guy's holding looks a little different. This interview with Isono was conducted in either late September or early October.
As we showed you last month, Stage 3 is mostly finished. However, that particular stage is also snagging us up more than we ever expected. Since we couldn't get it finished, we wound up showing off Stage 2, which we had been working on in parallel with Stage 3 at the show. For Stage 3, we're currently working on the scene where you climb the stairs, in the area with Sarah's statue around the president's office. That's why I say we're 80% finished.
SSM asks the team, what are they still working on?
What we need to get to work on is the ending sequences for each stage. In terms of content, these involve using the setting of each stage, having Rage, Smarty, and the arrested boss character appear, and then having them all drive off in the patrol car. We're making these for stages 1, 2, and 3 alike, and each one is probably a little under a minute.
These are the scenes that play out if you beat the game out of order. Ending on stage 1, you get to see them arrest Kong. And on stage 2, it puts King in the cuffs. You get the drill. All show the same animation of Smarty tapping Rage's shoulder before they walk away into their squad and drive off. You basically get 4 endings, with the good ending achieved by beating Fang if you play the stages in order. You might notice Fang's helicopter flying away in some areas while playing in order. These helicopter moments do not appear when playing out of order.
As far as original elements, you showed us a screen of a practice mode last month. Have you been working on that?
In terms of progress, well, we haven't made much. I don't know how it's ultimately going to wind up, but I do think it'll be something where 2 players can enjoy facing off against each other. What I showed you last month was a quick draw game, but there will be other types of games in there. We haven't even finished a background for this yet, but I think we'll be able to show you something next month.
Isono talks about how he and his team are really critical of getting the fine details of the graphics just right. He says they had to tinker with a lot of things in Stage 2 in particular. For Stage 3, they were able to reproduce this section where the palette shifts from dark to light, going from outside into the lit-up parking garage.
Everyone has been saying perfect port this whole time. At the end, we've encountered some tough spots, and I think 100% might be a little dubious. Right now, we're trying to work out whether bullet holes will be left after you shoot a wall. I want us to get this kind of fine detail in there and make this a perfect port. Of course, when it comes to slowdown and things like that, we've always avoided allowing anything that would be unpleasant in the game. I think people will be satisfied.
It's past deadline. The game is complete, and the game is out, both in Japan and in North America. SSM is publishing an interview with Isono conducted on October 18th, the day after they finished their Virtua Cop port. The writers start by talking about how some think it looks better than the arcade version. Since the last build, hit marks, shadows, and boss captions were put in.
Pretty bold, aren't we? I'll take care of you myself.
Things like the attract mode are made to look even more like they do in the arcade. Based on SSM's record and Suzuki's quote about SGL, this port was developed in less than 12 months. That is a fast development cycle compared to other Saturn ports we've examined so far. For comparison, SimCity 2000 took 16 months to port, and Time Warner Interactive's Virtua Racing had a roughly 17-month timeline. Isono's team does have some home field advantage working alongside SOJ, and they get to use a Polygon development engine as it's being produced.
We hear you finished it yesterday.
Yes, we just wrapped up the US version yesterday. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to do the European version.
Classic.
Is there anything you changed at the last minute?
We were always trying to be faithful to the arcade game, but in the end, we changed the score display so that it was always visible to make it possible to compete with another player. We improved the control when you're using the D-pad, and we made the Player 1 and Player 2 cursors different.
As AM2 takes the final build off their digital anvil, the pressure on Isono's team is high. There are lots of expectations Virtua Cop must live up to. Arcade fans want this to be a faithful home port. Sega of Japan wants this to defend their Bring the Arcade Home image. Sega of America needs its Polygon engine to win back the third parties they're losing to Sony, and the game to bring back the fans they're losing to Sony. I mean, it's a fucking gun shooting game. How can Americans not love it? To see how it did, we must tear it down, quad by quad.
You're about to enter Chapter 3. Chapter 3 digs deep into the details of Saturn Virtua Cop, how it compares to the arcade version, and the inner workings of SGL. If at any point you find yourself getting too bogged down in the details or things just feel like they're dragging on for too long, then skip it. Skip ahead to Chapter 4. I'm serious. I will not be offended. Life is too short, and if something's not enjoyable, dip, bounce, get on out of there, hit the bricks. This video is very long, so I do encourage people to watch it in parts unless you're really down for a 4.5-hour marathon.
豊島園に来ているんですが、ご覧ください、この行列。実はセガサターンの12月1月発売の新作ソフトを発表を兼ねたイベントが行われているんですが、なんと1万人以上の人出で賑わっています。
SamIAm tells me this is the Toshimaen Battle of Sanctuaries, November 27th, 1995. Using the slogan, direct hit on your brain, this flyer reads, the Sega Saturn has taken over Toshimaen. Play the latest Sega Saturn games on 250 Saturn systems. It boasts a Virtua Fighter 2 tournament on 25 screens, Q&A with developers, and a Fighting Vipers deathmatch.
Fighting Vipers.
Thousands of people are here to try out the hottest upcoming Saturn games, while the camera crew for this TV show obtains tasteful shots of the young models working this convention. This woman in the pink leotard is seen playing a complete build of Virtua Cop for the Saturn.
こちらのゲーム24日に発売されまして、すでに50万本完売したというバーチャコップというゲームなんですけれども、すっごい面白いです。大迫力。
豊島園ってことは遊園地ですよね。遊んでて何をゲットしろっていうんですかね。そんな遊び物を考えて持ってくわけにいかないですからね。全く何考えてるんでしょうね。どうしたらいいんでしょうか、私は。
違うんですよ、リカちゃん。
はい。
セガの南雲です。よろしくお願いします。
南雲さんですか。よろしくお願いします。
11月23日から3日間、セガサターン発売1周年を記念して新作ゲームアーケードマシンを一度に集めたイベントが行われたぞ。マシンは全て体験できて、期間中豊島園はセガ一色になったぞ。ほ
らほら、バーチャコップバーチャコップバーチャコップ、これやっていいですか。やったー、バーチャコップだね。
アーケードから移植された人気シューティングゲームバーチャコップ、もうみんな知ってるよね。
これください、これください。
じゃあ肩もみをしてもらった後にあげるということで。
肩もみですか。
肩もみですか。
リカちゃんがイベント会場のど真ん中で肩もみなんて、南雲さんが羨ましい。
はい、じゃあいいです。
あ、もういいんですか。
じゃあ私もちょっと
余裕。
First, let's compare the features. Arcade Virtua Cop just has the ability to play 3 levels in a standard arcade format. You put in your credits, smash a start button, and let her rip. If you get a good enough score, you can make your mark in the halls of the local game center. And of course, 2-player. Like pretty much all of these ports, Saturn's Virtua Cop has a start menu. All the menus and options are presented vertically, allowing you to navigate them with the gun controller. Shoot on screen to scroll down, shoot off screen to go up, and press the start button to make a selection. You can play arcade mode. It's exactly what I just described to you. The standard way to play. By default, difficulty is set to normal, and you're allowed 5 credits for a given playthrough. If you run out, that's it, game over. You can change difficulty, the amount of credits, and how many hit points you start with per credit. I noticed while emulating the arcade original, I started out with 6 hit points by default. Other long plays online show them starting with 9. On Games Master, Martin starts with 5. I do not know which is normal or why Saturn's default is 5 hit points. Sound Test lets you play through the excellent reworked soundtrack, but sadly, no way to play through the sound effects like in other Sega games. If you need it, there's a gun calibration screen. It's kinda useful. It prompts you to aim directly at the center and press fire. You really don't need this unless you're either A, paranoid, or B, have a gun that sometimes doesn't shoot correctly. The way these guns work is pretty accurate as it is. You're basically telling the gun where the center of the screen is on first trigger pull, then the rest of your shots let you see if it's calibrated accurately. Make sure you can shoot all 4 edges of the screen. Otherwise, you might not be able to hit bad guys there. More importantly, make sure you can hit Dump Truck Man. Even through long overtime shifts spent toiling away at the port, the developers got to make Saturn Virtua Cop their own in some ways.
割ともちろんテクスチャーを工夫したりとか、よりよく見せるとか、そういうことももちろんやってはいたんですけど、基本的にはそのアーケードゲームですでに完成されたグラフィックがあって、それをなんていうのかな、セガサターンに最適化して、正しく動作するように、そのデザインデータを結構なんだろうな、いじるというか、あんまりあんまりアーティストっていう感じの作業ではなかったので、それはそれで全然必要なことだと思うし、すごく楽しかったんですけど、だからあんまりなんていうのかな、ゲーム開発業界のよく言うそのアーティストみたいな参加の仕方はあんましてなかったかなと個人的には思ってはいるんですけど。
We can see in the attract mode, they added a new cutscene before the original arcade scene plays out. Takizawa sent us these storyboard sketches of what would become a rendered-out CG intro cutscene.
We were always planning on adding something new there, and the designers all made it together. It's about 2 minutes. For the concept, we wanted to use the most Virtua Cop-like stage, Stage 1, as a backdrop. In the sequence, one container can be built out of 3 or even 5,000 polygons. It's quite extravagant. We wanted to do it this way after we took such great pains to reduce the number of polygons used in-game. But the rendering for this took an incredible amount of time. One frame could take 3 or 4 hours. The background music is new as well. It starts small, but then builds into a flashy action theme.
Each designer had their own part. For example, Ohashi focused on Kong. Takafumi Kagaya, who is not in this Zoom call, worked on the all-new car. They say it's more like a sports car on Saturn.
当時デザイナーみんなでムービー作ってたんですよ。やっぱムービーちょっと楽しいので結構みんなで気合で作ってたんですけども、私がちょっととあるパートを作ったところ、磯野さんからダメ出しもらったんですよ。バーチコップの悪役がポーズ取るんですけども、ちょっとそのポーズに問題があるということで、ちょっと中指立てたポーズ作っちゃったんですね。これでダメなんですけど。そして磯野さんが大橋はちょっとムービー外れてくれと。ムービー外されて、でたまたま岩崎がやってたトレーニングモードっていうのをちょっとやろうってことになったので、僕はトレーニングモードをデザイン担当しました。あの時ね、正直僕ちょっと悲しかったんですよ。ムービーちょっと作るでもう結構ショックだったんですけども、トレーニングモードをやれって言われてるので、 やったっていう記憶は今思い出しました。
そんな長いだったのか。
そう。ね、時間なくてね、必死だったんだと思う。終わらねーって感じでやったような気がするからね。で、トレーニングモードもなんか入れることになってて、デザイナー割り当てなきゃいけないしね。うん。
メニュー画面といろいろ素材を作りました、ね。確かトレーニングモード、すごい早い時間で作ったよね。
そうっすね。あれは頑張って作ったね。一人で。
すごい早かった気がする。だから、こんなに早くモード作れるんだと思って、僕もちょっとびっくりした。岩崎はすごい頑張ったんだけども。
なんとなく、画面に、ペラのポリゴン並べて、それ打って、なんか、トレーニングモードみたいにできると面白いですよね。
It would seem Isano and his team should not have been able to create any original content, considering how down to the wire their development cycle was. But they still managed to squeeze in some smaller game modes you won't see at the arcade.
それを、多分、ビープメガドライブで、ビープセガサターンになったのかなの人が、たまたま来て、たまたま見て、こんなの作って試してるだけなんですけどねって言ったのが、次の号で紙面に載って、もう引くに引けなくなったという、ただ、別にそのアサインしてる人がいるわけじゃないので、それを余っている人が、さっき言った人がいないので、サターンコップチームって、じゃあ、間に合うようだったら自分の方で引き取りますって言って一人で最後の方、テストモードじゃねえわ、トレーニングモードを、なんか、プランナーもいないし適当に全部こんな感じでどうでしょうっていうのを作ってやった記憶はあります。
It looks like there are two types of training modes. Can you explain?
We received lots of suggestions, but in the end, we wanted to try pursuing the fun of pure gun shooting marksmanship. And this is what we came up with. In reality, you can also have a mouse versus gunfight, or any sort of matchup of peripherals to give one side an advantage or disadvantage. I think this is quite enjoyable. The CPU is a formidable opponent, but we have people on the development team who can beat it. So we hope gamers out there will try their best.
The computer opponents in Versus mode play mind games with the player before every round by using the sheer size of their necks to assert dominance. You go head-to-head with opponents like Jack, Terry, and Police. Stages are chosen at random, a shooting gallery akin to target practice at a gun range. Your score is based on the amount you hit and how accurate you are. Do not shoot red targets. They're hostages. Playing this against a friend is a good break in between co-op arcade sessions. Standard training mode runs through the stages in a set order. Each has its own set of goals and a time limit. They start out easy, hit 30 targets in 30 seconds. The targets pop up in this 3-tiered shelf with the occasional innocent red target setting you back. As you advance, the setup gets more complex and the challenges more challenging, adding in accuracy and score goals. Fake bad guys move from left to right, testing your abilities to hit moving targets. It becomes unforgiving at this stage, where far away targets weave their way toward you, small and hard to hit. This is a refreshing chunk of gameplay hurled at the consumer, who might have thought they were just buying a simple arcade port. Not nearly as much new content as, say, Saturn's Virtua Racing, but what they put here is fun to play and well designed. A great way to break things up after a few arcade playthroughs.
プランナーがいなかった当時の2件だと、みんなでアイデアを出し合うっていうのがすごい普通の状態で、プログラマーだったらアイデア出すっていうよりはこんなの作ってみたよっていうのを、さっきのトレーニングモードの叩きもそうですけど、こんなの作ってみたんだけどっていうのをすぐに出してみて、みんなで評価して OKNG っていうそういう流れが結構良くて、で今の批判とかじゃないんですけど、今のアーケード部門で知ってたところはプランナーがいて、プランナーが言ったものを作るっていう流れがちょっと強くて、あんまり主体的にものを作るっていうのが減ってきてるところがあって、そこもあんまし好きではなかったというのが。
If you beat the game on normal settings in the correct stage order, you unlock ranking mode. It's basically arcade mode, but with 1 credit. When you reach the end, this screen scrolls through, pointing out your stats throughout the entire run up until your death, then a ranking. It's the same screen that appears in the prototype we saw earlier in this video. Visitors of the Tokyo Toy Show used these stats for their little Virtua Cop tournament. It appears ranking mode and arcade mode share the same high score screens. Beating the game also unlocks free play, allowing you to play with unlimited credits. Selecting arcade mode, you're instantly slapped with incredible pump-up music at the stage select menu. You have the opportunity to choose your path. If you want to start on the hardest level and work your way back, you can, but playing out of order will not avenge Rage's father. Firing out windows at the start is a quick way to test your gun's accuracy. All stages have windows at the start. Each henchman lunges out in a specific order, moving exactly as they do in the cabinet. Their layout and attacks are extraordinarily well thought out. This is a true show in the gameplay polish we expect from AM2. The bad guys gradually introduce new ways to approach you, keeping you on your steel toes. It's all about timing your reloads correctly and memorizing the basic patterns as you go. Memorization is easier at home since you don't need quarters to play again. It's normal to die a few times if you're new to the slums of Virtua City. No matter your stress levels, no matter how much sweat coats the surface of your trigger, dopamine gets pumped straight to the brain at every heavy slap of this incredible soundtrack. The score is inspired by American detective and crime movies, according to the December '95 issue of SSM. Virtua Cop's composer says he's putting his own spin on American rock music. He likes Stage 1's music the most, but is proud of every track, as he should be. Every tune is a banger and a half. One interesting note about sound design pointed out here. In the arcade, the sound effects play very loud so people can hear them. On Saturn, they rebalanced it so you can hear the music better. Songs are the same melodies as in the arcade, but the Saturn soundtrack uses better synth instruments. They can stream tracks straight from the CD in-game. Other than slight cosmetic differences, not a single obstacle is altered. If you played Virtua Cop in the arcade, your muscle memory will click instantly. In that same December issue of SSM, some are saying the Saturn port is better than the arcade original. Is it though? Isono points out some of the key differences right away.
What are the differences between this and the arcade version?
In the arcade version, bullet holes get left behind when you shoot certain walls. But we took that out of the Saturn version due to resolution issues. It's not that we couldn't have done it, but on a household television, it kind of looked like garbage, so we decided against it. Also, it's a minor detail, but the boss's lines are easier to read, and we made the enemy shadows more human-shaped. They were circular in the arcade version. These are the sorts of little improvements we made.
So, no bullet holes, but that's a minor sacrifice. The shadows on Saturn are indeed human-shaped. You can see shadows of the individual limbs and heads move with the polygonal model. That's an impressive feat, but they are meshed shadows, not truly transparent. Mesh transparencies are not a major problem for people playing this on a CRT in good old composite video, but looking back on it retrospectively, we can notice this a whole lot more. As Isono mentioned earlier, the score is displayed on the HUD throughout the game. On arcade, you could only get a glimpse at your score in between scenes. The way you score and how many points you get for doing certain things are all the same. Please keep this in mind as I compare visuals. While my Saturn video is captured through real hardware on SCART, this arcade footage comes from the Sega Model 2 emulator by SamIAm. In an ideal world, I would be able to track down a real Virtua Cop arcade machine, but life is about as perfect as trying to run Model 2 games on MAME. Fortunately, SamIAm wrote a fairly accurate emulator, but there may still be some imperfections here and there. One thing worth noting is the bizarre frame rate of the Model 2 board. Some of its games, including Virtua Cop, run at 57.5 frames per second instead of the standard 60 FPS. This makes capturing arcade gameplay pretty difficult, since most monitors and software run at 60. To clarify, the Saturn port runs at 60, so it might appear to be slightly faster than the arcade port for this reason alone. If you have a razor-sharp robot eye, you might be thinking this runs at 30 frames per second, but it does not. I'll explain later. Just about every time I compare movement of each enemy, it matches up. As far as I can tell, the animations of each model are a perfect match, other than the frame rate differences. In my mind, creating a good port should prioritize this so that someone familiar with the arcade game can jump right in. Isano's team nailed the movement. Though we do start to see lots of visual differences and artistic liberties when comparing how it all looks on screen. Let's check out the very first part of Stage 2. We can see the models do have fewer polygons on Saturn, but the textures, in some cases, have more detail. On this brown-suited man, we can see his black undershirt appear more chiseled out and his pockets are more defined. But in the arcade, we can see his face much more clearly. On this white suit wearing dumbass, the textures on Saturn are technically weaker, but perhaps make him look more like a normal person. On the arcade, we do see more wrinkles in the white clothes. There's something oddly satisfying about the blocky models of these AM2 arcade games, like a wood carving come to life with armatures. Get a look at all this dirt. Look at that dirt. On Saturn, we can see they're all a slightly different shade of brown. Arcade's dirt? Boring. Same old texture, like someone pasted in a pattern on MS Paint. The skyboxes here are perhaps one of the biggest differences. On the arcade, those clouds are drawn out and somewhat Dr. Seuss-y looking. A few are copies of other clouds. I hate them. The Saturn sky has more naturally painted clouds, and the sunset gives off a much smoother gradient. Perhaps one of the easiest things to compare is the opening scene on Stage 1. Again, the skybox on Saturn looks much better. But because this runs at a lower resolution than the arcade, a lot of these objects in the environment are hard to see. The Wharf AM2 and Keep Out signs are much more difficult to read. The chain link fences become more garbled, and the detail of each texture is less. But I do think the colors and shading are more defined on Saturn. On arcade, the colors appear to be much more muted. Looking at Kong, we can see once again the textures on Saturn are more drawn out, but lower resolution makes fine details much harder to see than in the arcade. Again, I do hate these clouds. Here's another good place to compare graphics: the man in the excavator. He drives out with an orange window covering him up. The player must shoot out the window, then hit the driver before getting scooped. The window on Saturn is a standard meshed texture where every other pixel is solid orange. On arcade, the window is also meshed, animating an illusion of clouds reflecting as it moves. It's hard to tell that it's meshed with this particular emulator. Still, a much better window than on Saturn. But just like before, the colors and shading of the environments look better on console. Let's examine some of the explosion graphics. Virtua Cop lets you blow up lots of stuff. Barrels, cars, f***ing water towers. There is no shortage of kaboom. Let's look at this particular splodey at the start of Stage 2. There's this tower. If you blow up a barrel, it breaks off a limb of the structure, toppling it sideways into the earth. On arcade, we see meshed fire blasts and a smoke ring on the bottom. The tops of the barrels pop off. On Saturn, we don't see the tops of the barrels fly, they just disappear. The fiery explosions are at a lower pixel density, so they're harder to see through. But notice the colors. A yellow to red gradient on Saturn's fire, one solid shade of yellow on arcade. As the tower falls, we see a cloud of dust as sharp chunks of the metal shoot out. The animation plays identically on Saturn. This car, right before Stage 2's third act, dying man falls into the barrels, blowing up in a fiery and explosive death. While the colors on arcade are still pretty monotone, we can actually see through the meshed fire and smoke. Just like before, Saturn's flames are harder to see through, but more colorful, more volume to the look of this painful demise. There's one major difference that any player would probably not notice through normal gameplay. It's how the two games render floors, skies, and backgrounds. Model 2 seems to be powerful enough to just render out the ground in the same type of polygons as all the other objects. The Saturn is not. It is using a mixture of its two video display processors. This diagram from a Japanese Saturn fanbook helps explain the architecture. VDP-1 is used for the things in the environment, your characters, props, and other set pieces, the meat and potatoes of the video game. VDP-2 uses these various layers to render out backgrounds. Some of its layers can stretch a texture all the way into the horizon, very similar to Mode 7 on Super Nintendo. VDP-2 is like a genetically modified Mode 7 on steroids. In Virtua Fighter 1, Sega tried using VDP-1 to render the floor, but were limited in how many floor polygons could display at a time, so corners of the arena pop out when too far away. In Virtua Fighter 2, they're remedying this by rendering the floor in a VDP-2 layer. With the Saturn emulator SSF, we can switch off VDP layers to see how they're rendering backgrounds in a given game. You can see VDP-2 is how they got the water to stretch out in Panzer Dragoon. In Virtua Cop, they're using VDP-2 for the ground, the sky, and even some ceilings. In Stage 3, transitioning from floor to floor was easy on Model 2. There were some moments where they hid the game camera in tight spaces like this staircase, presumably to load the next floor. But they didn't need to do this when going down to the parking garage. One seamless transition. On Saturn, this transition is a fine example of why Isano said they had such a hard time porting Stage 3. We can turn off VDP-1 to see how they're using VDP-2 here. At the beginning of the stage, it renders out the entire ground and sky. When entering the parking garage, they need to somehow move the entire ground down without the player noticing. Seems like a stiff task, the ground's pretty big. As the camera inches closer to the parking garage, we can see the horizon line gradually creep upward. At the final camera swing, they move the entire ground down to garage level right when the camera stops moving. VDP-2 shifts the floor down, while VDP-1 renders this polygon, resembling the concrete just enough to hide the ground shifting. The transition is done. When moving up the stairs from garage to floor 1, we can see this VDP2 layer shift from night sky to tiled ceiling in a flash. When VDP1 is turned on, the tight staircase hides this set change like a curtain. Using strategies like these, Isono's team managed to trick the Saturn into pulling off these transitions.
絵を出すときは、なんだっけな、回転スクロールじゃなくて、なんかあったじゃないですか。バックグラウンドを2面ぐらい持ってて、それを地面に出してとかなんかやってましたよね。
はいはいはいはい。ラインスクロールできるやつです。要するに、スプライトの構成として、ハードウェアが設計されてるので、それを巧みにちょっと 3D に生かすとかっていうような感じでしたよね。なんで地面はポリゴンで描いてなかったってやつですよね。
そうです、そうです。
そっか、そういえばそうだ、思い出した。
なんで、微妙になんかずれてるというか、滑ってる感があったりとかで。
ずれてた。この、銃の、ターレットが回るやつ。あれ、アーケード版ではポリゴンで作られていたんですけど、サターン版ではポリゴンだと負荷が高いだろうということで、すべてドットに書き換えてるんですね。
So, is the Saturn port actually better than the arcade original, like SSM claims? This might come down to personal preference. I personally think Saturn's sound is better. We can hear the sick beats and fatty funk tunes slap with much more clarity on these CD tracks. I think the sound effects are close enough to being the same, but on arcade, they're so loud that they overpower the music. For this reason, I think Saturn has it beat in the sound department, but others might prefer the louder bangs and explosions, I don't know. Asking which has better graphics is kind of a wash. From a strictly technical standpoint, the arcade port has a much higher resolution and uses more polygons per human model. By those standards, the Saturn is beat. But visually, I think it's clear the Saturn port has a much better color palette. Arcade's world uses fewer colors in just about every comparison, and they appear more bleak. I think Saturn's vibrant color range and smooth gradients are much more pleasing to the eye. Isono's team did a wonderful job at beautifying Virtua Cop. As it turns out, part of why they changed the color palette so much is because of hardware limitations from Model 2. The arcade board is easily loading up more polygons than on Saturn, but its textures can only use so many colors.
だいぶ昔のことでかなり記憶薄いんですけども、アーケードよりもサターンの方が色数出たりとか、結構テクスチャー使えたりするシーンもあるんですね。なので確か背景、空の雲とかは多分アーケードよりはサターンの方が綺麗だったと思います。で、その辺は忠実に再現というよりもいいものは直していく、綺麗にしていこうっていう方針で確かやってたと思うんですよ。
They explained to us that Model 2's textures work in a more peculiar way than on Saturn.
なんかそういうテクスチャーがモデル2だとテクスチャーってグレースケールなんですよね、確か。グレースケールのテクスチャーを例えば緑色のポリゴンに貼ると緑色のテクスチャーになるみたいな、そういう仕組みのものだったので、セガサターンはテクスチャーのその描画っていうかその仕組みがまた違かったので、基本はカラーのテクスチャーを、そうですね、カラーのテクスチャーを貼るっていう考え方だったので、それもテクスチャーの画像自体は一応そのアーケード版からもらってきて、それをこう参考には書くというか書き足すというかはしてたんですけど、色がついてないんで、色つけたりとか、それこそもっと良くしようっていうことで、先ほど大橋さんが言ったような、例えば岩山をもっとリアリティのある画像に置き換えようみたいな、なんかそういったことをプロセスとしてはしていたっていう感じですね。
In our interview, they remembered improvements like the clouds, gradients, and craggy hills of Stage 2.
めっちゃ大橋さんが作ったステージ2の岩山のテクスチャー、めっちゃなんかリアリティがあったの覚えてますよ。
本当、覚えてると嬉しい。ただ、 よく見たら全然違うので、磯野さんよく OK 出してくれたなと思って。
まあ、確かにね。
Isono recalled a subtle feature in Stage 2. All the textures slowly get darker as the stage progresses, seemingly simulating a sunset.
アーケードと違って、だんだん暗くなってくんですよね、テクスチャーが。覚えてない？
あったような。
覚えてないよ。プログラマーにわざわざ頼んだんですよ、これ。
As you can see in this hurry-up picture, the textures continue to get darker when the game is paused, up to a certain point. So you can experience an extra dark construction site if you pause for long enough at the beginning. Gameplay would seem to be identical. Everything's in the same spot and comes out at the same time. Since movement is an exact match, the gameplay takes no hits, right? Well, gameplay is close to perfect, but not quite there. There are a handful of minor performance issues on the Saturn version. To explain them, I first need to tell you how these light guns work. Many of us know that in the early gun games, like Duck Hunt, the gun detects targets by drawing them in a white light for one frame, while the rest of the screen stays black. Sega's light guns work in a different, more advanced way. When slowing down Virtua Cop, the flash does not have any boxes. What the duck? How does it know where the gun is pointing? What's more confusing is the high scoreboard has a cursor. That's bananas! This isn't a Wii! But there's no need to go ape. Sega and many other 90s developers are using a different type of light gun. Instead of sequential targets, the Saturn Stunner uses cathode ray timing. A CRT, or tube television, uses an electron beam to draw each frame. For NTSC regions, the beam rapidly draws 60 frames per second. So within 1/60th of a second, this ray shoots across from left to right, top to bottom, sort of drawing out the frame at an insane speed. To the human eye, this will look like one complete picture. Using the slow motion camera on my telephone from the future, we can see this in action. That bright white line is the electron ray shooting across from left to right, moving down. You can see the new frame it's drawing above the white line. The sensor inside the gun is able to detect this extremely fast ray. By detecting how long it takes to catch the ray, down to the microsecond, it knows where you're pointing the gun. Isono helps explain how it works in Saturn Super Volume 2.
これはアーケード用の銃も全く同じ仕組みなんですけど、テレビモニターは30分の1秒じゃなくて60分の1秒ですねに一度画面の書き換えを行って画面がかすかにフラッシュしてるんです。でこの銃を撃ってみると分かるんですけど、引き金を引くと一瞬画面がピカッと光るような感じがするんですよ。その瞬間に白い帯みたいなものとか、点と思って結構ですけど、それを左上からずっとこうものすごい高速で描いてるんですね。で銃がこうありまして、でこの白い点がいずれ銃のこの向いてるところに来ますよね。で例えばここずってこの辺りでこう白い点を銃が発見したら、そのタイミングでこう発見したことをソフト側に伝えるんですよ。
Alright, look, the cursor's over N, alright? It's over N. Occasionally gracing O. Pull the trigger, bam. H. H. C.
Remember the name entry screen that uses a cursor? The gun is constantly reading the cathode ray to generate what appears to be a crosshairs moving where you point. So why does the game need to flash white? We can see why using an in-game cheat. If you start the game with the standard controller, pause, unplug it, then plug in a light gun, you can use the light gun with the cursor on screen. On stage 1, it works great, but when we play stage 3 with the cursor, you can see it disappear more. The gun still flashes the screen white when you pull the trigger and hits everything like normal, but on some objects, the cursor doesn't appear. It's not a graphical layering issue. It's because these objects are too dark. All dark objects cause the cursor to vanish until you move the gun to something brighter. This all but proves that Sega's light gun needs a clean read using a white flash to properly detect where you're pointing. When firing the light gun, it doesn't necessarily hit your target instantly. It takes a few frames for the bullet to make contact. To explain this, we need a good analogy. Your gun is like a bus, and the frames are Wait, nope, that one's already taken. I gotta think of something else. Okay, so like, imagine it's a subway. I'm capturing gameplay at 60 frames per second. Virtua Cop animates at 30 frames per second, but the light gun and console are operating at 60 FPS. You can visualize it on this timeline. For every animation frame in 30 FPS, the gun and console treat it as a pair of frames in 60. When you pull the trigger, the screen flashes white in the first frame of the next pair. Your gun is using this quick white frame to get a clean read of the cathode ray, detecting where your shot is aiming on screen. Processing this in 60 FPS means it won't cover up an animation frame in 30. Think of the space in between each frame pair as a subway station. When you pull the trigger, the gunshot has to get on the train at a station. The shot takes 2 pairs of frames before hitting its target, getting off the subway in 2 stations. The shot is indicated with the score change. This is how long it takes to process a single shot. 4 frames. Reloading processes at the same speed, taking 2 pairs of frames, or getting off in 2 stations to stock your chamber with fresh bullets. In a 2-player match, if both players pull the trigger at the same time, the screen flashes white for an entire pair of frames, 1 for each gun, covering up an entire animation frame. It seems to land on whichever shot it thinks fired first in 3 subway stations instead of 2. There are a small handful of sections where the game slows down, dropping the frame rate. The way it processes shots becomes problematic here. For example, it almost always slows down at this part of Stage 2, Scene 1. It would appear there are just too many moving 3D objects in this wide view for the game to maintain 30 animation frames per second. When it drops frames, it will often drop a subway station, meaning some shots will not register even though my gun is clearly pointing at the screen. You can see here, my first 3 shots at this guy did not register at all. No spark graphics anywhere. The shot has no second station to get off the subway and hit my target. Score doesn't change. Reloading will also occasionally not work for the same reason. This leaves the player extremely vulnerable to getting hit for these brief moments, even if they're highly skilled at Virtua Cop. Despite these minor obstacles, I felt compelled to give Virtua Cop what a truly well-designed shooting game deserves. I want to go for that 1 credit clear. I got ants in my pants, and the only cure that can salve this itch is a 1cc. Pro Panda Tip! Calibrate your gun in a way so enemies close to the edge of the screen can be hit, prioritizing the top of the screen. For Dump Truck Man. This also helps with up-high enemies. My 1cc quest started like any other. Beat the game a few times on default settings to get a feel for the enemy layouts and memorize what I can. I got to the point where I could consistently beat each individual level by themselves in 1 credit. Doing this for Stage 1 was relatively easy, and of course got harder as I went up. In Stage 2, I wound up holding my gun up close to the screen to kill Dump Truck Man consistently. I don't count this as cheating. His window of opportunity is short and small. At stage 3, there are a number of obstacles that are easy to mess up, setting you off a run, like several bad guys who appear directly in front of or behind hostages. Remembering this underground level and first floor is easy to do. It's the office level of stage 3 that really takes the piss out of your ass. These bros are relentless. Even after memorizing where they pop out, the speed at which they shoot you makes getting hit very common. I've lost several 1cc runs to this area. The final boss is actually kinda easy, as long as you remember to shoot down the missiles. Joe Fang can be a busta, but through hyper-focus, you can tear him down, while only taking 1 or 2 hits. The challenge then becomes saving enough hit points in a run to beat Fang.
Now you meet your maker.
I had a devastating end to a 1cc run inside Mr. Fang's claws. 1 hit point left. Heart pumping like an OFBF who saved up his load like a 401k retirement plan. Then, defeat. This one hurt.
Well done. Let's hope you win next time.
My mental headspace after this crushing loss prevented me from getting past stage 1 at times. It felt bad. I felt too discouraged. I was pretty much okay with giving up my 1cc dreams. I was done. The moments of slowdown and light gun inaccuracies throw in elements of randomness. Randomness should not be a factor in an on-rails game where everyone jumps out in a predefined pattern. There's no way to guarantee hits and reloads when the game drops frames in stage 2. Totally up in the air, roll the dice. Your window to hit the dump truck driver is small, and occasionally the gun will register hits as being off-screen, leaving no time for correction. This makes doing a 1cc with the light gun pretty f***ing difficult. I can beat it in 2 or 3 credits, no problem, but 1? The imperfections reveal their mighty horns when vying for the ultimate prize. I stopped caring about getting a 1cc at this point, realizing it's not that important. My pride will be okay. But sometimes, digital luck throws you a bone. One Sunday morning after a winter's first snowstorm, I brewed myself a cup of coffee, flipped on the Saturn, and picked up the gun. Stage 1 went relatively well, cleaning out the shipyard without taking a hit, holding on to my shotgun clear through the fight with calm. Stage 2 started out on the wrong foot. I got hit by a guy who's never shot me before after a reload missed a frame check, thanks to some slowdown. I almost called it quits, considering this to be a dead run. But I kept my cool, realizing this might not be the run, and I could die, while remembering a 1 credit clear is still theoretically possible regardless of how many hit points I have left at any given point. The rest of stage 2 was extraordinarily clean. I passed all the frame checks during known sections of slowdown, hit all the vehicle bros, got my 1-up, and stayed above water throughout the tricky sections outside the underground arena and inside the halls, picking off every SWAT guy without getting hit. 5 hit points heading into stage 3. I knew I had a good chance. I literally said a prayer to the spirit of Sega Sanshiro, asking for the strength to get through stage 3 without getting shot. I wanted to keep my hit points for the Fang fight. It was difficult to not get cocky here. I got my 1-up, now at 6 hit points. I picked off all the Virtua criminals on the main floor with no hits before entering my least favorite part of the run, the office cubicles. I went in getting the automatic pistol, deciding to keep it and take advantage of my larger clip. It works for a bit, but later I get hit. Through sheer luck, I didn't get hit after getting the second automatic. I remembered where the hazmat guys appear in the elevator and moved into the final boss with 5 hit points. Boss goes down easy. Then, A final showdown with Joe Fang. Still 5 hit points. I'd better not blow it. I started blowing it, getting hit twice at the start. Keeping my concentration on his projectiles, I pressed on, ignoring his life bar, wondering if I would make it. Then, like a scene straight out of Nakatomi Plaza, it happened. I killed Joe Fang, start to finish, in 1 credit with 2 hit points on the HUD. Victory is mine. Not a single hostage got hit. I even shot my 3 letters correctly. That was a pretty satisfying win, not gonna lie. I'm still no match for Martin of GamesMaster.
Indeed, Dominic, licensed to wear an ill-fitting suit, so it seems. You said it, Martin.
He managed to max out the score on the arcade cab, a performance that went on display to UK television airwaves.
Hi, mate. Not much longer.
He got the 2 extra health points and only got hit once during the final showdown with Fang.
Dangerously close to the end of transmission.
We want to finish this challenge. If he doesn't do it in time, that's it.
He's put up the bus. Let's see what the score is. Has he got the maximum? And the maximum score, yes,
9,999,999, a most impressive show of skill back in the 90s.
Well done, mate. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
So having obtained a 1 credit clear in both versions, I feel compelled to tell you which one is better. Granted, my 1cc on arcade was with a mouse on emulation, so that might not count in your mind. But having closely dived into both games, I can safely say, it's objectively too close to call. Counting out all bonus features, the gameplay movement in both is so close to being a match, but Saturn's minor slowdown issues make it 99% instead of 100%. Graphically, the arcade cab has a bigger resolution and more polygons, but the Saturn port uses more colors and is more aesthetically pleasing to the eye. As for sound, the redone music on Saturn shines through way more than in the arcade, where sound effects overpower the lesser soundtrack. Some might prefer arcade soundtrack, but I think the Saturn CD track audio allows for better instruments. Personally, I think the artistic modifications in the Saturn port make the game look better without straying too far away from the look of the original. I prefer Isono's Virtua Cop. I think it's the stronger game. We can safely say that Isono's team brought Virtua Cop home in a way that can please all its fans. Emphasizing its ability to truly mimic the gameplay was a priority that paid off in the end, and these visual enhancements more than make up for lacking Model 2's polygonal capabilities. They even added original content, and training mode is not the only thing they threw in.
Reload. There are some things that players will discover easily, and they'll broaden the experience for them. I'm sure everything will come out little by little.
If you beat the game on normal, playing the stages in order, you unlock arrows. Welcome to the Options Plus menu. It is here where you can activate mirror mode, giving players familiar with the game a new way to experience justice delivery. I'm surprised at how much fun I have with mirror mode. This is a refreshing way to experience Virtua Cop if you manage to get bored. Check it out. The textures, stage icons, and even attract modes are mirrored. Fun! Bookkeeping gives you a quick glance at your stats for the entire save file, showing you total hours played and how few friends you have. You can also see a language option and gun select mode. Sadly, neither of these are selectable, but I should note, the way Saturn's Virtua Cop deals with language is kinda neat. Both Japanese and English language options are in both versions of the game. If you're generating a fresh save file with the Japanese disc, Virtua Cop will be played in Japanese. If you put in a US copy and play with that same save file, it will still be in Japanese. Same thing happens the other way around. It knows which language to play based on your save file. Not sure if the European version does this too. You can see in this CG cutscene, Rage runs over this $300 collector's item. It's the Japanese box variant in both languages.
あと銃使い放題とかなかった？
ありました、ありました。
ありました。
あれも入ってるのかな？
銃使い放題ありますよ。なんか、なんだっけ、メニュー画面かなんかでこう、ゲーム2画面か。
ありましたね。
ゲーム2画面でなんかこうやるんですよ。
裏コードだ。
Here's how to get to the Options Plus screen in Virtua Cop without first having to beat the game.
This gun select option is only available through this cheat code, entered at the Sega AM2 splash screen.
Enter before the AM2 logo disappears from the screen and you should hear 3 gunshots. This will mean you have entered the code correctly.
This enables cheat mode, opening up ranking and Options Plus regardless of whether you've beat the game or not. Language is still not selectable, but gun select is. This enables you to select any bonus gun at any point by pausing, then reload to cycle through. At the end of these options, the special unlimited ammo machine gun.
Warning!
I probably already gave an epilepsy warning at the beginning. If you are sensitive to flashing lights but somehow managed to make it this far without issue, please take this opportunity to skip to this time code. To describe the gun in words without visuals, think machine gun, but the screen becomes a strobe light. I will show you the footage in 5 seconds.
Lady Bo, don't we? I'll take care of you myself.
What more is there to say? It definitely makes hitting innocents more of a problem, but those big fleets of enemies become a breeze. And the boss fights? Ha!
あとは、なんか、サターンコップってランダムモードって入れたような記憶があるんだけど、入ってましたっけ？なんかあれ入ってたとすると、俺が勝手に入れてどうでしょうって言って、敵がランダムに出てくるっていう。
ランダム一回出てたのは覚えてるんだけど、最終的に入れたかどうかはちょっと覚えてないです。あと、ほら、頭でかくしたやつ誰か試してなかった？
いやでは
鈴木さんか。
でもそれはちょっと世界観に合わないからって言って NG になったような気がしますね。
いや、あれはね、本当やりたかったから、やっていいかって言いに行ったんだけど、ちょっと、なんかタイミングが悪かったかなんか知らんけど、NG が出ちゃって、なしにしたっていう。すごい良かったけどね、あれね。
Difficulty adjustment can offer a new kind of challenge, but it does not add any enemies. It's the same bad guy routine as before, but they just shoot you faster. Still, a fun challenge for anyone who's beaten the game several times. There's at least one environmental Easter egg. In Stage 1, Scene 3, you can shoot this hook and make it swing for extra points. As far as I can tell, you cannot do this in the arcade original. There's an extra song on the disc referred to as Time. I don't believe it actually gets used anywhere in the game. Some other miscellaneous cheats. You can end the game at Stage 1 by holding this cord of buttons on a second player controller, starting before and after beating the first boss. This will let you watch the game-ending cutscene. Time can be extended at name entry by hitting backspace 20 times. And that's pretty much it for known bonus content. Unless you count dual-wielding guns in two-player mode, like this guy at Sega of America HQ. Okay, so two-player mode is actually a legitimate means of extra content. When there are 2 players, more enemies pop out. Yeah, they add enemies to the routine in two-player. So you can dual-wield pistols and try working your way through a more challenging version of the one-player experience. Or, if you want to be normal, take this on cooperatively with a friend. There's something to be said about having more enemies in new patterns when playing two-player. This was in the arcade original, but it's still nice. As this game tester blasts away in his California office, he and many others are getting a thorough look at the development software this comes with. It's tough to say exactly how many developers took advantage of SGL after Virtua Cop. According to Sega Retro, these games used it, though there might be loads of other dev teams who also used the software in some way. To fully understand the strengths and weaknesses of the Sega Graphics Library Polygon engine, to see if it withstood the test of time, we must time travel to the future, deep into the future. This is Hellslave, a complex first-person shooter running on the Sega Saturn. The demo you're watching was made in the year 2021. Its creator, XL2, is borrowing a lot of elements from other Saturn games and tools to put this together, pulling off insane lighting effects and deep draw distance. He started this project with the fan-made Joe engine and Sega-made SGL, but has since moved on to create his own, more efficient engine. XL2 has a ton of experience programming 3D games on Saturn hardware with a variety of tools. He knows his shit. Before SGL, third parties were given SBL, Sega Basic Library. XL2 says SBL had useless 3D support, leaving it to the developers to figure out how to render those chunky quads. He says SGL is a much better way to create 3D games. It automatically shares the load between the two CPUs, a previously unimaginable task. It also takes care of both video display processors and almost all other chunks of this motherboard, but XL2 says it has serious limitations that reveal themselves to anyone who tries working with it. For starters, Sega did not share SGL source code with third parties, making it harder to work with. It's an ironic thing to do. Yu Suzuki once bragged about it being open source back in that June Saturn fan interview.
One big difference is that in the case of the Saturn, the libraries are fairly open, while Sony has prohibited looking at what's inside their libraries.
When you make these things closed source, it's hard for developers to sink their teeth down to the bones of the hardware. On the Saturn, things are open, and we're going to be showing a lot. You'll be able to use it however you like.
Oops. The other problem XL2 has with SGL is its memory constraints. He told me, quote, SGL also works with buffers for processing polygons and vertices, but those buffers take a lot of memory, and when you get over that limit, it just stops processing the polygons and vertices. A good example of that issue is Burning Rangers. People keep saying that it's pushing the Saturn to its breaking point because the geometry keeps disappearing, but it's not. It's just an issue inherent to SGL. The only solution around that is to increase the buffer's size, but again, memory is limited. An example of these limitations. With SGL, every polygon uses 32 bytes of memory, not including vertices. Lobotomy Software's port of Quake uses just 5 bytes per polygon. SGL makes it difficult to create giant maps since its GONs use so much memory. XL2 says the advanced third-party games like Lobotomy Shooters, Sonic R, and Tomb Raider just use Sega Basic Library with their own 3D coding. He believes nearly everyone used Sega Basic Library for basic things like audio and CD reading. Let's talk about draw distance for a second. Virtua Cop does not have issues with it, since all the polygons needed for each stage stay intact. Remember, they're sort of cheating. They're stretching the floors and ceilings with VDP2, so they only have to render polygons for objects and enemies. But in games like Gen War, Blackfire, and Daytona, we see a lot of what many call pop-out. Polygons in the distance don't load until you get closer. There's just not enough memory to load all the polygons with how these games are written. The terrain is not flat like in Virtua Cop, so they can't just cheat with VDP2. They have to render the floors with VDP1. Devs across consoles would frequently make the environment arbitrarily foggy to make up for this. It happens on early PlayStation games too. Some 90s devs solved this problem with level of detail, often referred to as LOD. Models in the distance render in fewer polygons, then more polygons when the game camera gets closer. Killing Cloud would pull off LOD in the early 90s. Perhaps more notably, Spyro the Dragon would make excellent use of LOD on the PlayStation in the late 90s. you can see the polygons of these massive, fantastical levels render out in even the most distant mountaintops. Insomniac's code gradually divides the polygons of a set piece the further you move away from it, until it's at the lowest possible detail. The complexity of Spyro's environments manage system memory very efficiently, barely breaking frame rate as it adjusts polygon count. This keeps all set pieces viewable no matter how far away Spyro is. XL2 says level of detail is possible in SGL. He used SGL to pull off LOD in his Sonic Z-Dream 2018 demo, but SGL does not subdivide polygons in real time like in Spyro. You have to keep all the different models in the console's memory. Mr. Sekinet remembers dealing with these limitations.
当時のハードってミップマップとかも載ってなかったんで、近距離用のモデルと遠距離用のモデルを切り替えたりとか、
そうなんですよ。
木箱に隠れた瞬間に切り替えたりとか。
それこそステージ2の工事現場、砂山の工事現場で、こう入り口から入っていくと結構後にこう歩いていくとこう通り過ぎる入るこう建物があるんだけど、それがステージ序盤では遠くに見えるんですけど、それを本当にこうアーケード版はそのままポリゴンが作られたものがこう置かれてたんですけど、20ポリゴンとか40ポリゴンとかでそれっぽいシルエットだけ作って置いてもらって、こう画面に一瞬何らかのこう消えた瞬間にこう置き換えてもらうみたいなこととかをすごいやった思い出は今でもちょっと覚えてますね。
ステージ1の船もそうだよね。
船とかもそうですね。確かに確かに。そう船なんかね、それこそ横に長いからめっちゃ切りましたよね、大橋さんなんかね。
Virtua Fighter 2 is being built on SGL at this point in the Saturn's life. These new tools will soon prove to be very useful for 3D fighting games. As for Hellslave, XL2 mostly ditched SGL. It was not as useful for this first-person shooter.
I'm gonna go build my own
polygon engine
with blackjack and hookers.
He made his own 3D code that can render more polygons with the Saturn's memory, subdivide polygons for level of detail draw distance, and pull off these sick real-time reflections. With his ability to efficiently load so many polygons into VDP-1, he does not need to rely on VDP-2 for floors. The custom engine can truly draw up large 3D environments which the player can freely explore on the Saturn. He's still using SGL to render stuff in VDP-2. Keep in mind, he does have the advantage of modern computers, no deadlines, and a better collective knowledge of the Saturn.
If a jump is too far for me...
Third parties around the world seem to be mostly sticking with their own polygon engines, working without Virtua Cop's technical showpiece. But we can still thank this port for showing the world complex 3D can run well on Saturn, even if its architecture is different from the more streamlined PlayStation. SGL certainly made a lot of Sega's first-party games look incredible. In the same breath, SGL is not showing off the Saturn's full potential. It's 2022, and we still might not have seen the Saturn's full potential.
It's a real coder's machine. For those who love to get their teeth into assembly and really hack into the hardware, the Saturn will probably pack a few surprises. It's going to take some time before we'll see what it can really do.
Virtua Cop is the first in a trilogy of Saturn arcade ports getting rushed out in time for the 1995 holidays. Soon to be followed by Sega Rally Championship and Virtua Fighter 2, these are the Saturn's big three for the holiday season. A triad of nearly arcade-perfect games with
creamy 3D graphics
and amazing gameplay. The Beastie Boys of Saturn's 1995 holiday lineup. A way for Sega to say, see PlayStation Simps? We can do cool polygons too. So, how did Virtua Cop do? Isono and his team did spend much of October rushing in the final touches. The planned release date for November 24th in Japan stayed true. It even came out in North America by the 24th. It had no delays, unlike many Saturn games to this point. But still, something strange happened. In North America, Virtua came out early. Weeks early. North America had known for a while Virtua Cop had a planned November release. A Babbage's manager reportedly had this info as far back as early July 1995. Just like in Japan, this date would get narrowed down to November 24th for North America. Some fans are considering Virtua Cop to be the first real test for Saturn, proving its worth with one of the arcade's finest and most exhilarating gun shooting games. In October, fans in Europe are getting a glimpse of the Big Three ports on the TV show Games Master.
Jimmy Sega said, "Come to my house for an exclusive preview of 3 games that can save the ailing Saturn."
The playability and the graphics are still there, and it's just minus the cabinet. Usually shooting games, after you've completed them, you don't really want to play them again after that. But Virtua Cop is really hard. I did think that the conversions of these games would be good from the arcade. However, I did not expect them to be perfect, which is what they seem to be.
And with shops knocking 50 quid off the Saturn price, PlayStation faces may be slightly smacked.
Rumors started swirling later that fall, suggesting Virtua Cop is getting an early release on November 10th. Usenet users tried asking Sega rep Amy Cardwell if they can confirm this rumor, but it seems this was left unread. On November 8th, a Babbage's store marks down Virtua Cop for the 10th. Is this accurate? One person says they can only wait and see. November 10th came, and fans found out by seeing it on the shelf. On the 15th, Cardwell confirmed stores started getting copies without the light gun on the 10th, and with the light gun on the 14th. Throughout mid-November, more and more regions reported seeing Virtua Cop in stores, while other places were still waiting for copies to arrive. The shipment was kinda spotty. Cardwell says they have little control over when the games ship out, and when stores could get them in the mail. The game would not be widely available until late November, but TV commercials are airing, and for some lucky Americans, they're playing the localized Japanese-developed port before it's released in Japan.
Our products are extremely complicated.
Using the sources found about Virtua Cop's release date, we can get a grasp on exactly how long it takes Sega to publish a high-demand game after the programmers finish it. We're talking about how long it takes to print hundreds of thousands of copies and get them shipped to customers using just the resources and technology of 1995. The answer is 24 days. Files on the disk show a last modified date of October 17th, 1995. This is precisely the day Isono told SSM Virtua Cop is done. Buyers in North America were first able to purchase the game on the 10th of November, but it wasn't widely accessible until about a week later. It's one of the big three games that are supposed to reassert Sega's dominance at home. So, how did it do?
Let's twitch.
Twitch!
If you've been to an arcade lately and you noticed a large crowd surrounding a game, chances are it's either the latest fighting game or they're checking out Virtua Cop. Why not avoid the crowds and play it at home?
Twitch points out this is using the same polygon engine as the Virtua Fighter series. They say the animations are lifelike and praise the 3D graphics.
The plot is simple. You're a cop, you've got a gun, and bad guys are shooting at you. So you have to shoot them first.
Oh, believe me, there's way more plot than that.
Or better yet, go two-fisted and solo.
They liked it.
Ooh, that guy didn't stand a chance.
Just about every major video game magazine reviewed Virtua Cop. Sega Retro documents at least 33 of the era reviews printed for this game alone. Based on this website's records, it is the 9th most reviewed Saturn game of all time. GamePro's very own Scary Larry gave this a nearly perfect score. He compliments the game design, the GONs, the people physics. Everything about this port is good in his eyes. The frightening Larry insists you must own this game, quote, so real you expect to stop at a virtual donut shop.
Fun fact!
Twitch TV interviewed Scary Larry. He went with a mysterious silhouetted look for this chat.
I always think, well, this is it. I've had enough of video game reviewing, and then the next day, something even better shows up, so I go right back to it.
You were almost a
Scary Larry
sandwich.
Over at EGM, we can see the review crew gave Theme Park for the Sega Saturn slightly more points than Virtua Cop. Well done, Pashley. Andrew says it's the closest the Saturn has come to making an arcade-perfect port, but thinks the coin-op game was nothing special, and apparently had more fun playing with the controller than with the light gun. Mark called it Virtua Cop, so his opinion no longer matters. The rest of these praised the 3D graphics and light gun shooting insanity, but believe the game is too short. Fusion Magazine says even if it didn't have the light gun, Virtua Cop would stand on its own. With it, they are singing. GameFans Review Triad gave it good scores across the board, 9 out of 10s in almost every category. Nick Rock says it's too short. Quote, "But you get to kill people. Pure testosterone-pumping, mindless fun," he says. The 90s. Takuhi also loves it, saying Sega is, quote, "making up for lost time in a big way." Game Player's Jeff Lundrigan gives it perfect 10s in graphics, sound, and gameplay. A lot of these reviewers independently point out how neat it is to see enemies react differently depending on where you shoot them. They also complain about how short it is. Once again, Time Warner's 7 extra tracks proves to be a smart addition to their own port. Odd Mag Out here is Next Generation. They gave the arcade version of Virtua Cop a 3 out of 5 back in 1994, saying it, quote, "shows the dangers of recklessly applying new technology to games that don't need it." It criticizes Sega for not being able to explore the maps and underutilizing the 300,000 polygons allowed by the Model 2 board, slamming its gameplay and graphics. Then, a year later, same magazine, quote, "with all the gameplay and superb graphics of the arcade version." Yeah, they turned right around with that one. They gave glowing remarks to the Saturn port, referencing all the good qualities past reviews mentioned and criticizing the short length. 4 out of 5. SSM of Japan unloaded highly glowing remarks to Saturn Virtua Cop. Its guest writer says gun games are viewed skeptically in Japan, but declares the fun with this one is real. The guest says it could be 10 out of 10, citing one problem. Anyone who gets it will need a large TV and lots of space to truly enjoy it. Rating it a 9 out of 10, they conclude the gun would be great for cosplays. Girl gamers say pointing and shooting a gun is something you could never do in real life. The quality of the port is even better than they expected, especially since the Virtua gun is more lightweight than the arcade's heat. 9 out of 10, citing it as a perfect game to play with friends. Lastly, the high rollers say the graphics leave nothing to be desired, and its enemy timing is an exact match to the arcade. They compliment the extra game modes, only criticizing it for requiring a larger TV. This leaves the whole triad of reviewers slapping it with near perfect 9s across the board.
Nice par.
As is par for the course, Europe got Virtua Cop last, launching on December 8th, 1995.
What do you think of Virtua Cop's policy of shoot to kill?
I don't understand or know at this moment in time who Virtua Cop is.
Well, Virtua Cop, he's killed like hundreds of criminals so far.
Well, unless I actually come up against a guy, it wouldn't bother me.
Prison Governor Ted Butts may have been very pissed off about the way this game got advertised, but he couldn't stop the ad from happening. No amount of crabby old people could stop the game from coming out. Butts would be cemented in the PDFs of history by investigating the death of an inmate, something the world forever remembers as the Butt Investigation and the Butt Report.
Money can't buy you love, so the song goes, but it can buy you high-quality pieces of entertainment software, although that would make for a slightly less catchy chorus.
GamesMaster, the same program that showed us angel babes playing arcade Virtua Cop in a leafy Greek set, loved the Saturn port.
In Japan, this game comes with a black gun. Over here, the gun's painted bright blue just so stupid kids don't get confused.
They're not complaining about the game's length.
Not only is it arcade perfect, it even has a couple of extra options in the Saturn version that you don't get in the arcades.
Computer and video games spattered screenshots and CG renderings all over 2 spreads like an InDesign Picasso, weaving in paragraphs of praising pros. It starts out by explaining how arcade perfect is rarely achieved. It then says the term can be justly applied to Virtua Cop. We sort of proved this wrong earlier in the video. It's not arcade perfect, but it's still true to the arcade's movement. It has some added artistic improvements, graphical sacrifices, and rare game-breaking slowdown. But to from the time 1995 video game purveyors such as CVG's writers, being able to blast away textured polygonal baddies at your home for the first time must have been pretty incredible. They slapped this sucker with near-perfect rankings in each of their categories. This brief SSM UK article tells readers to get their orders in now, expecting a big Virtua Cop buying rush. They published an article the next month, saying Virtua Cop sold 300,000 units in Japan in its first week. Game Catalog 2 still had it in as their top 5 games of the week in a mid-December episode. No word here though on how well it sold in the West, though it would appear that it sold very well as far as Saturn games go. At Toshiman, they said it sold 500,000 by this point. The British SSM gave Saturn Virtua Cop all the praise we saw in past reviews, saying it's, quote, arcade perfect as far as we can tell. Good for a score of 96%.
You get the chance to be a vigilante super cop who has to deal with a whole host of baddies, most of them arms dealers and terrorists.
Cybernet's Lucy Longhurst briefly featured this in a spot on the show back in late '95.
Virtua Cop is a seriously good game. The gun's accurate and easy to use, and if Sega carry on making games like this, it should keep Saturn owners very happy.
Yo, get a load of their 90s CG mascot with a 16:9 CRT for a head. Better not post this screenshot without figuring out the model number. Layout editors of Edge magazine might not have realized how funny this was at the time. They put their Virtua Cop review immediately after an ad for the PS1 dev kit from SN Systems. Quote, affordable, easy. The review seems to rag on its simplicity at first, talking about the fixed camera, and the fact that all you have to do is shoot enemies on screen while avoiding the occasional dock worker. Quote, one long cramp-inducing blast. I'll give them that. I did get a lot of cramps during long play sessions. It complements the design and graphics, ending by saying, quote, what Virtua Cop lacks in brain cells, it makes up for in unadulterated, unsophisticated compulsion. 7 out of 10. There's this other UK 90s show I always love watching called Bad Influence.
I'm not playing these rough games anymore. Good games for the Saturn have been a bit thin on the ground, but with Christmas just around the corner, there are 3 coin-op conversions coming out, and this is the first of them, Virtua Cop. Vogue's been blasting her way through it for us. You like this, don't you?
I've got used to this one now, it's pretty cool.
Their MO is finding really muscular people to play games with weird controllers. Look at this beefed-out man playing Sega Rally, making the racing wheel look like a f***ing Game Gear Micro. It does not come to my surprise to hear that this man's nickname is Rhino.
Now, the steering wheel is harder to control than the joypad.
The segment ends with the bodybuilding duo battling each other in VF2 with Virtua Stick controllers.
Oh yeah, I like Jeffrey. Jeffrey's powerful.
Meanwhile, in Portugal, the show Cybermaster depicts a dystopian future in which machines rule the world. Beneath the city, a group of rebel children, led by a pink BDSM aesthetic Princess Terra and her cyborg sidekick Kronos, pit 4 kids against each other in a series of video game competitions. The champion wins a Sega Saturn and a spot in their resistance army. This was a real television show. Shout out and thank you to Stika for subtitling this to English for the general public. He's got the full episode on his channel. As Princess Terra enters the cage, she and the children all shout for air, inciting a raging spirit for the new order.
Ar, meus bravos, que a revolução está próxima. Dia venceremos o Cybermaster e todas as pessoas que viviam como máquinas voltarão a viver novamente.
The Cybermaster showrunners, and Portugal as a whole, have a soft spot for Sega, making this a rare country in which the Saturn was the leading console. It's a microcosm of what could have been if the Saturn were marketed correctly. I guess the leather-wearing mascots was the answer all along. There's a legit history for why it did well in Portugal. That story's covered here and here. One of the games featured in this episode's competition is Virtua Cop, which our almighty skin-tight Princess Terra deems as requiring speed and concentration.
O primeiro combate é disputado entre o Virtua Player e o Dragão. 3, 2, 1, jogo! Desistam! Isto é jogo para homens! Vamos embora! Vamos jogar às escondidas como as crianças!
The first two young competitors start on stage 2, losing most of their hit points before getting halfway through the first scene. Our Cyber Kitten Revolution leader is forgiving of their subpar skills. Kronos, not so sure. The second two, Shark and Destroyer, get a little further down the construction side of this intermediate stage. Destroyer edges out the undersea-themed opponent, tying with Dragon for this segment of the competition, all before moving on to Micro Machines.
Sega が年内にアーケードから移植させるソフト第1弾がこれ、バーチャコップ。昨日発売されたばかりだけど、もう持っている人もいるかな？今回のオリジナルモードとしては、トレーニングモードの中で2人のプレイヤーが直接対戦できること。それ以外はアーケード版とほぼ同じ。バーチャガンを使ってプレイをすれば爽快なシューティングが部屋で再現できるぞ。
ほいじゃですね、早速、セガサターン版のバーチャコップで対戦。
レディーゴー。リカさん口開いてる。私開いちゃうのよ。
あれ俺のあれってどこ？
玉がなくなった場合は
下だよね、これ下がっちゃうんでね。
そうです。そうかもしれないですか？玉が。
サリナ何点入っとんねん。入ってないわ全然。
私勝ちなしですから打ってもない。超えないです。
でこれどっちが長く生きていられるかっていう。
あ本当？点数は関係ないの？
点数関係ないですね。
おっしゃ。
大丈夫。今度誰も打たんと逃げとけばいいの。
逃げるってどうやんねん。攻撃が最大の防御のゲームだからこれ。俺やないか。よかった俺は遅くて。
リカさんと一気や。
さっきからね味方を俺は打とうとしてんだけど遅いから負けてやるの俺の方が長い。勝った勝った。
悔しい。この負け方でも悔しいよね。
僕がゲームチャンピオンだー。イエーイイエーイイエーイ。しゃっしゃ。これで俺が日本一のゲームチャンピオンになったわけですよ。
日本一のゲーム王だ。
ちょっと待ってください。他にもですね参加したい人がいるんですよ。
誰でも呼んでこい。わしがチャンピオンじゃ。誰のチャレンジでも受ける。
Usenet readers of the 90s wrote their own reviews of Virtua Cop right after it came out. Not a single negative review in sight. Some suggest the Saturn's 3D graphics are now up to par with the PlayStation. Looking on the old Dave's Sega Saturn page from the 90s, all 4 of the viewer-submitted reviews gave it excellent remarks and scores, saying it's proof the Sega Saturn is worth it after its rocky start. Looking back on it about a month after release, Isono and his team say working alongside SGL made things much easier, but they still spent months going through trial and error, trying to figure out how many polygons they could use on each model without slowing down or crashing the game. This translated excerpt is a group interview with Isono and responses from people named devs. They're not properly credited.
We had it so that bullet holes would be left in places like walls, but at the Saturn's resolution it looked like dark junk. It just didn't have the effect that we wanted, and so we cut it. You do see a vestige of it in the gun calibration screen though.
There was one hectic time right before the game went to master. It was when Yu Suzuki did his final check and said, "The pad's control is bad," and we were all in a mad rush to try to fix it. Specifically, we adjusted the speed of the cursor when you're using the pad, the cursor's visibility, and the explanation for reloading in the attract mode. We made it so the cursor speed starts out slow, but gets faster as you keep it in motion.
He also told us that we needed to have the score always on display, or it would be hard to compete in 2-player mode.
We went through more than 20 cursor redesigns before he finally gave us the okay. The cursor is only about 8 pixels, but we tried all kinds of X's and squares and circles. After we finally settled on it, I figured I had learned something from the process.
Cursor speed is not the only thing Suzuki asked about. After nearly a year of long overtime shifts, in the literal final hour, one more change was requested from their boss.
で、一番思い出に残ってるのは、リリースっていうか、ロムに出す CD に送る間際に、鈴木優さんに、これ家でやったんだけどさ、ガンがこう出るけど、パッドでやってんのになんでガンなんだよって言われて、慌ててデザイナーの人にそのガンとマウスの絵を作ってもらって差し替えた記憶がありますね。
それ、あれだよね。もうマスターを出したその日だよね、確か。もう終わったね。みんな終わったから、じゃあ帰ろうかって時に電話かかってきて、チェックしたんだけど、こことこことここ直せって言われて、で、俺電話取りながら、みんな待ってっていう風に声かけた覚えがある。
なんか記憶あるな。
そう、そこで、
なんとなく僕も覚えてますわ。
たまたままだ残ってた方々が犠牲になって、夜明けまでかかって、直しましたよね。
そうですね。ちょうどアドバタイズのところだったんで、ね、大変だ、みたいな。マジか、みたいな感じでしたね。
結局あれ朝まで残っててさ、
そうですね、もう。
その後シャワー浴びに行ってさ、みんなでカラオケしなかったっけ？
なんかやったかもしれないね。
本当？なんかね、セガカラが下で。
セガカラですよね。
だから、そう。なんかみんなで歌ってっから、朝なの。
当時、セガの開発してる、階が確か上の方だったんですよね。ビルの上の方だったんですけど、1階でセガのカラオケを作ってたんですね。で、それのカラオケを歌いに行った記憶がありますね。
そう。一応、テストで自由にみんな歌えるからって言って、で、朝で誰もいないから、みんなシャワー浴びた後になぜかそこに1人また2人と溜まってて、みんなでなんか熱唱してたっていうのは覚えてます。
As we mentioned before, they wanted to ensure the gun controller was easy to obtain.
同梱で売ることが決定しました。気に入ってくれたら銃をもう1丁買って2人用なんてことも、していただけるように、銃の方も別売りでも売るような予定もあります。
Even though it sold in a bundle, demand for the gun was still immense. Kenji Tosaki told me Virtua Cop sold too well. He says Sega got flooded with light gun orders. In order to make more, they had to secure more electronic parts to build its circuits, but those parts took too long to deliver. So Tosaki had to make brand new innards for the light gun on a different circuit, one they could manufacture with what they had immediately. Because of this, Tosaki says there are two types of Sega Saturn guns in the wild. They look the same on the outside, but secretly have different boards. Isono's memories seem to line up with the potential gun shortage.
結果的には発売が11月になっちゃって、ガンの数も若干そういうわけで足りなくって、だから多分発売当初品薄だったよね、バーチャコップおそらく。だったような気がします。日本の話ですけど。
According to thorough research from Pimpeaux and myself, in the United States, Corpse Killer Graveyard Edition and Virtua Cop came out on the same day, November 10th, 1995. Press releases from Sega show the Saturn Stutter Gun peripheral launched alongside Virtua Cop's release, but the combo pack of the game and gun didn't ship until the 14th. The tangent I'm getting at here, for those just now tuning into the series, Corpse Killer for the Sega Saturn is not compatible with any light gun peripheral. Despite all of its past ports working with a light gun, this Saturn port only works with the standard control pad, dragging the cursor across the screen like a caveman. I did try reaching out to a few of Corpse Killer's Saturn devs on various platforms, but they did not respond. There is no proper explanation for why Corpse Killer doesn't work with the gun, yet Virtua Cop does, despite both coming out on the same day. While reviewing the FMV zombie shoot 'em up, I so badly wanted the answer. With all this Virtua Cop research, the answer is right in front of me. We know there was no light gun at the May E3 demo in the US. We know there was a light gun at the Tokyo Toy Show in June, but it was a custom light gun Sega prepared just for this show. Isono said the final gun peripheral was still being worked on at this time. It wasn't until August when an interview with Kenji Tosaki went public, saying the gun designs have been, quote, mostly finalized. It wasn't until late September to early October when AM2 showed the Japanese press a finalized Saturn light gun with a list of specs. Corpse Killer's last modified date was August 28th, 1995. Sega has a history of not getting prototype units to all third-party developers in a timely fashion. It's partially why SimCity and Theme Park do not work with the Saturn mouse. And as Tosaki told us in that SHIRO interview, it's why Virtua Racing doesn't work with the 3D control pad, even though a previously released Daytona does. The code for these peripherals were not shared with third parties until after the peripheral was released. Tosaki said there are rare cases where the code was shared with friends. Digital Pictures was probably not given a prototype light gun to work with, either at all or not soon enough to meet deadline. June is the earliest known time period in which Sega had prototype Saturn light guns, so assuming the best case scenario, Digital Pictures would have received their peripheral in late June or early July, 2 months away from their final build, potentially less time. That's assuming Sega would have to care enough about a company porting a bad FMV shooter exclusively to North America. Chances are, they didn't care.
Outstanding, Lieutenant.
For now, the world does not know officially why we can't shoot FMV zombies with the Saturn light gun. Maybe some light gun code exists deep beneath the files of Corpse Killer. Its lack of compatibility is astonishing. Like the storyboards we showed you earlier, this gaggle of Sega devs got to keep a few other artifacts from Virtua Cop's development.
こんなのとか。見えますかね？
見えます見えます。
Suzuki showed us printed renderings from the rendered out CG models.
それすごいですね。バーチャファイターもありましたけどね。バーチャコップ2もありましたね。
They say there were more development documents at one point, but they're now lost to time.
会社、大崎に引っ越しするときに、紙の資料は全部捨てようって言われたんで、かなり捨てましたね。
僕もだいぶ処分しちゃったな。でも残ってるのはあるはずですけどね。探してみるな。引っ
越した後に、平和島に倉庫があって、あそこに保存できたんだけどって、後から言われて、知るかって。もう燃えとるわって感じ。
These futuristic cops are blasting away any preconceived notions, suggesting the Saturn is incapable of good 3D. Here we have a faithful arcade port from the Model 2, which Sega devs cite as being the most powerful hardware at the time. Virtua Cop is showing what the Saturn can pull off with the right 3D tooling, good kits, and capable programmers.
It's out there.
Perhaps if Sega bided its time and waited on launching the Saturn, Virtua Cop, VF2, and games at their caliber could have been on the console out of the gate. Maybe things like Gen War and the Virtua Racing port would have had time to become better games. An explosion of creamy 3D graphics, instead of a failed PR stunt at E3.
But we're starting today in store.
Regardless of the what-ifs, there's one big company that is biding its time, waiting until Virtua Cop's official release date to reveal their project to the public. The world is finally getting a look at what the Nintendo's been working on this whole time. For years, Nintendo quietly worked with Silicon Graphics on their codename-laden 5th-gen machine. Video Game Press would occasionally publish some info and even hardware stats, but here at their 7th annual Shoshinkai trade show, the renamed Nintendo 64 is being shown off to the public. To Hikaru's surprise, The controller requires 3 hands. It's still using cartridges, which yield a much smaller amount of data space than CD-ROMs. But the immense draw distance, shiny guns, and smooth, buttery frame rate are wowing hordes of eager spectators, salivating at the opportunity to go hands-on with Nintendo's future.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Where I come from?
I'm from America.
America?
Yes.
Do you think new Mario どう思いますか?
Wonderful. I think it's wonderful.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Mario.
Yes.
日本の生んだ大スター Big star Mario.
Japanese star. Yeah.
Japanese star Mario.
You too? Big star?
Oh, little famous.
Little famous.
Little famous. Oh, underground.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay. Thank you. おドキドキしたよ。すんげえドキドキしたよ。
It's a much different graphical style. Polygon textures appear to have less detail, but the 64 is rendering a lot more objects and at much further distances from the game camera. So far, it would seem the Saturn already has a leg up in terms of data space, audio quality, and 2D sprites. But for game players thirsting for creamy 3D graphics, Nintendo is looking good.
これあまりね、ハードの力自慢ってしたくないんですよね。で今名前が64なんでしょうがないんですけども、64っていうのは何かっていうと CPU がコンピューターが64なんですね。すごいですよ。なんかね、この臨場感っていうのが伝わってくるっていうのが。
You can see Miyamoto trying to help the show host beat Bowser, gesturing a swirling motion to the man as if to say, spin him around. But somehow, the man mistakenly pauses the game and accidentally quits the level. Oh well.
これも気になるよな。
They're boasting a much cheaper price tag of around $250, beating PlayStation's $299 and Saturn's recent price drop. This reportedly hurt holiday sales for both Sega and Sony. Fun fact: Sega of America had the chance to work with Silicon Graphics on console hardware years prior. Sega of Japan shot down the idea.
Jim Clark, who was running Silicon Graphics at the time before he launched Netscape, he called me up and he said, hey, you got to come over here to Silicon Graphics, which was very close by actually, and take a look at this chipset we have. A guy named Jensen Huang has developed it, and we think it's going to be terrific for video games. Jensen Huang, by the way, is the founder of NVIDIA now. I went over there with Joe Miller, and we really liked what the capabilities of this chipset was. And so we asked Sega Japan, Nakayama, and I think Sato-san at the time, to come over and take a look at it, and they did. And they said, well, yeah, gee, that's great graphics and great sound and great capabilities, but that chip is too big. And when in manufacturing, there's going to be too much waste, and therefore it's going to cost us too much to utilize it. So we can't do it. So I reported that to Jim, and Jim said, well, what the hell do I do now? And I said, well, Jim, there's this other company up north and outside Seattle you might want to talk to. And of course, he went up and that became the chipset for the N64.
As if dealing with Sony isn't enough, Saturn will soon be competing against the Nintendo 64. Originally supposed to come out this year, the console is now set for release on April 21st of 1996.
まあこの年末年始合わせて合計ですね200タイトルぐらい出ることになります。今アーケードの方で人気の高いファイティングバイパーズこの機種がサターンに移植することが決定いたしておりますので、これも楽しみにしていてほしいと思います。
任天堂64出しましたね。
皆さんに楽しんでいけるようなソフトをどんどん出していければと思ってます。
While toiling away at whatever projects they got assigned, the gentleman at AM2 actually got to play some Saturn games.
これ手短に言いますけど、さっき言ったストリートファイターゼロ、海外だとアルファって名前なんですかね。やっぱり好き、振り返ると好きっていうか、すごくたくさんやったなっていうのと、あと、海外でちょっと出てるのか存じ上げないんですけど、好きとはちょっと違うけど、すごくバーチャコップチーム内で話題になったのが、デスクリムゾンっていうシューティングゲーム。
デスクリムゾンね。うん。
これは、いろんな意味で思い出には残ってるっていう、はい。そんな感じです。
いや、伝説のカルトゲームなんで、デスクリムゾンはぜひ、はい。ここでは話題に出したいものですね。 存知ですか逆に、サムさんとか、デスクリムゾンっていうシューティングゲームがあるんですけど。
そうですね。多分ニックの方が詳しいかもしれないですね。Nick, do you know there's a shooting game called Death Crimson?
Death Crimson. Oh my god. It is.
Actually, the game is fucking. But the music is amazing! Please listen to my composition, okay? Here I go, Saronica.
スミさんかなんかに僕持ってきてもらって見せてもらった記憶があるんですけどね、なんかデスクリミゾンっていうのがあってさとか言ってすごいよねみたいな感じ。
だってあれチームの中で遊んだっていうか試したもんね。
買いに行きましたよ。みんなでやったじゃないですか。
やった。
最後ラスボスの面かなんかで Z ドットしてみんながそれまでバカにしてたのに急にこれどうやってんのってみんなでざわついたっていう記憶があります。BG 面がなんか地面 BG 面なのに Z ドットしてるとこのゲームっていうのがあって。
音楽再評価されてますよね、こちら。
動画で見てみようかな、また久しぶりに。でも技術的には実はすごいことをやっているんじゃないかっていう疑惑が今ありましたんで、ぜひその辺はニックさんにまた追求していただきたく。
パターンでなんだろう、レジュームというかができてたんですね、あれ。デスクリムゾンってなんか途中で例えばサターンの蓋開けるとCD 画面に映っちゃうんですけど、そのギリギリ直前までなんか復帰できるんですよ、あれデスクリムゾン。なんかすごいことやってんなこれとか思ってましたね。
それは本当になんかすごいことやっていたのか、実は適当にやってたからそうなっちゃったのかわかんないけど。もうサターンのバーチャコップは自分のゲーム開発の人生の中でターニングポイントになるほど大きかったものです。作り終えた時には当然ですけど大満足しましたし、やりたいことは全部やったというか入れ込んで、正直終わったと思いつきたりもしましたし。
Takashi Isono proved his worth among Sega's ranks. Before Virtua Cop, he and his team were not well established across the credit scrolls of Sega or any other video game company. This was their chance to show their skills, to successfully bring the experience of an 800-pound cabinet to a 3.5-pound box. They did it.
It was the first of 1995's Big Three holiday games to re-establish Saturn as a 3D-capable machine.
A means to create an easy-to-work-with polygon engine. What could easily be seen as a team of rookies shattered expectations. Not to mention, it sold 500,000 in a matter of weeks. Virtua Cop's use of polygonal graphics in a light gun shooter and its camera that moves from place to place through a 3D world are elements later copied in Sega's House of the Dead and Time Crisis from arcade rival Namco. We would soon see Sega's Model 2 board get Gunblade NY, not too long after Virtua Cop 2 hit arcades. At the start of 1996, SSM would revisit Isono a few more times. The writers say Virtua Fighter 2 led a Saturn fever at the end of '95, taking first place in the readership poll. Though Okayasu calls Virtua Cop a powerful enemy in this friendly battle. Isono said they at least beat Virtua Fighter 1, so that's good enough for him. The writers ranked the number of times a person's picture appeared in SSM. Yu Suzuki got first, of course, with 29. Takanobu Mitsuyoshi got second at 21 appearances, Okayasu in third, and Isono lodged in fourth, appearing 15 times. The next month, SSM gave its awards to games released in the past few months. Virtua Fighter won Best Game and Best Action. Magic Knight Rayearth got Best RPG, and the award for Best Shooting goes to Panzer Dragoon. But there are other categories, and Virtua Cop won Best Package Art. Virtua Cop is often cited for directly inspiring GoldenEye for the Nintendo 64, a genre-defining first-person shooter. Rare developers at a GDC conference revealed a design document describing GoldenEye's gameplay using Virtua Cop by name. Note that this was written just before Virtua Cop hit Saturn. Bond will move around in a 3D environment and stop at certain points for the player to shoot enemies, but the bad guys will act more intelligently, as opposed to being on a strictly scripted course. In other words, they're not on rails. They eventually made a game where the player freely moves around wherever they please, holding down R to stop Bond and let the joystick control the crosshairs. It's as if the player is controlling the camera in a Virtua Cop game. GoldenEye is a modern take on Virtua Cop's formula, and several major first-person shooter games after the 90s are a modern take on GoldenEye. Thus, modern first-person shooters are a modern take on Virtua Cop. Taking this a step further, modern first-person shooters are inspired by a Japanese canned coffee commercial. And Doom and Wolfenstein exist too. But still, Virtua Cop made a giant impact on the industry as a whole. It was brought to the PC in late 1996. At one point, they were going to rename it Virtua City PD, but later renamed it Virtua Squad. This appears to be a direct port of the Saturn version. You can see a lot of the models are the same, while a few small details like the skyboxes and HUD graphics are slightly different. Think Saturn Virtua Cop, but upscaled. That's Virtua Squad.
Dispense some justice in Virtua Cop?
Comically, Virtua Cop fell into the sharp-clawed clutches of Tiger Electronics. They ported Virtua Cop to the ill-fated R-Zone.
Here come the bad guys!
I don't own this, but if legend holds true, there's no such thing as a good R-Zone game. They also made this. A standalone handheld LCD game with a tiny little gun peripheral. They made a whole series of these tiny shooting games. The gun uses infrared tech. They almost made an N-Gage port of Virtua Cop. It's pretty much finished and playable, depending on your definition of playable. You can see a lot of the modeling, movements, and gameplay take some departures from the original. As expected, you must move the cursor with control buttons. There is no N-Gage gun controller in existence, not that we know of. This got cancelled before its release, but it looks like an early build did get leaked online. We can see some hilarious looking faces, and the level designs are very different. Masakazu Takizawa got to work on Virtua Cop 2's port not too long after. He remembers one tool for porting the sequel did things that took them multiple tools when porting the first game. Virtua Cop 1's tools were made in-house, while 2's came from Soft Image. Takashi Isono did not work on the Saturn's Virtua Cop 2 port. He parted ways with Sega amid the 90s,
starting his own company, Riz Inc. But years later, he still got to port the sequel.
Virtua Cop Rebirth!
Isono was put in charge of Virtua Cop Elite Edition for the PlayStation 2, supervising the game under his own banner. It's a modern remake of the first two light gun games. Yeah, Isono got to port Virtua Cop twice. It's a pretty neat port of the game. Once again, the movements match, but take a look at these 3D models. They're taking a lot of artistic liberties with this one. A very different looking Virtua Cop. The construction site looks more muddy, sandy, and weathered down. Evil Corporation has more reflective flooring, new wood paneling walls upstairs, and a more detailed elevator. Check it out, bullet holes! If my ears don't deceive me, they're using the same improved soundtrack heard on Saturn. Elite Edition came out in Japan, Europe, and Australia. In July of 1997, SSM interviewed Isono to look back on his team's port. He calls Virtua Cop the only perfect port of a Model 2 game on Saturn, says it's still supremely awesome, and that it raised the bar for gun shooting games, attracting new players to the genre. Isono put it best in that write-up by saying, quote, "The fun of Virtua Cop is in its simplicity. It's the simplicity that keeps it from getting boring, and that makes it possible for anyone to enjoy it." In a time when 3D was thought to be a potential weakness for Saturn, Virtua Cop expelled those notions. The sharpshooting Chairman Segata is pleased with the near-flawless port job, the gun peripheral, and its abilities to enthrall house parties and hardcore gamers alike. The tools developed alongside are promising, paving the way for a good end to 1995. Mr. Isono got LASIK. He still runs Riz to this day. They produce games, 3D animations for developers, and elements for other companies to use in their own games.
なんていうのかな、集まってくれたメンバーがうまく動いてくれたっていうのもひっくるめて、その後のもうゲーム開発人生のすべての礎になったっていう、感じのタイトルでした。まあ若い時というか若手の時にそういったチャンスに恵まれたっていうのは自分は非常に幸運だったなっていうふうに感じてます。
Mr. Ohashi worked on Daytona USA and Scud Race before joining the Virtua Fighter team. He worked on visuals in the third and fourth Virtua Fighters. He says he then spent more than 10 years working on a Sega Net game called MJ, a mahjong game. After his work on Super Robot Tyson X Omega, he started his own company, selling virtual characters to Chinese VTubers.
あとゲームとは全然関係ないんですけれども、ものづくりの会社も今やってます。全然それはアナログの会社なんですけれども、ずっとデジタル業界長かったので、ちょっと反動で物を作りたくなってしまって、それもちょっと今作ったりしてます。磯野さん、僕の製品磯野さん使ってくれてるんですけど。
Wrist Mist.
消毒、手が消毒できる。
Mr. Sekine moved on to Shenmue and other projects with Ohashi, now working on smartphone games for Sega.
バリバリまだじゃあプログラマーなんだ。
あ、そうです。
へえ。
これは、そうですね、サターンコップ終わって、しばらく、ずっとそこから、いわゆる2件の流れに乗っかって、最近まではアーケードゲームのサーバー側のプログラムを書いてました。で、今年に入って退社して新しい会社に入りました。で、そこまだスタートアップなところで何もない状態で、いろいろ社内のシステム作ったりもしつつ、ゲームのサーバーのプログラムを書くのをメインに仕事をしています。
Mr. Sumi would help create Virtua Cops 2 and 3. The third Virtua Cop never got a home port, but there is a leaked Xbox prototype online.
やって、ゴーストスカットとかなんかいくつかやったりもしましたね。あとその後ついにやりたかった大きな体感としてアフターバーナーをやることができましてですね。
They all seem to agree. Working on Saturn Virtua Cop is a major part of what makes them the people they are today. It was an extremely important project for them.
ゲームですね。ゼロから作るとかっていうのが、結局これが最初になったんじゃないかなとか僕は思ってますので、そういう意味では、もういろんなことを勉強させてもらったかなとか思ってて、やっぱり僕もターニングポイントになったのかなとか思っています。それがいいか悪いか分からないですけれども、なんとなく現状もあれの勢いをこう引っ張ってるような気さえするぐらい、なんとなくこう、ゲーム作りっていう考え方は、その部分が残っているような気がするようなプロジェクトでしたね。
はい、私もデザイナーとして最初に携わったタイトルでして、正直最初はすごい不安だったんですけれども、いろんな方に教えながらやっていく中で、気づいたらもう普通にデザイン作業やってたんですね。なので、もう初めてデザイナーとしてやっていけるなという自信がついたタイトルでした。
僕今、磯野の、立ち上げてるそのリズっていう会社に勤めている形にはなってるんですけど、なので、磯野とは話す機会とか比較的多いんですけど、いまだに、さっきの大橋さんじゃないですけど、全然デザイナーでも何でもない人材が、急にディレクター初めてやるディレクターのチームで送り込まれて、よく面倒を見てくれたなっていうか、おかげで僕今は本当にもうデザインの仕事もそうですし、なんかゲーム作る仕事に関しては、それなりには、できるようにここまで続けてこられたので、そういうちょっと原点という意味では非常に感謝していますという感じです。
そうですね、私も、まだセガのところ、セガというかセガサミホールディングスっていうところに今いるんですけど、やっぱりゲームの開発っていうのを、だんだんね、やっぱりいろいろ変わってはきてると思うんですけど、こう一体感とかがすごく出てて、サターンバーチャコップのチームって、もちろん時間的にも大変だったのもあったんですけど、一番初めに言ったように、すごい濃い時間を過ごさせてもらったなって思ってます。
僕もですね、やっぱりプログラマーとして初めて、携わった仕事ですし、もう本当に感慨深いというか、あとやっぱりチーム側のフレンドリーだったので、すごく、感謝しております。参加させていただいて本当に良かったです。はい。
そういうちょっとちっちゃめのプロジェクトでみんなで意見を出し合ってっていう、で、ものを出してみてどうだっていう、今でいう、そういうスプリント的なものを勝手にやってたっていうのが、実は結構良くて、街ですよね、口を開けて待ってるような状態ではなくて、自分から何かを勉強したりとか、何かを作ってみて、で、こういうのがあったんだけど、使ってみたらどうでしょうとかっていうのをやる基礎になったのが多分、サターンバーチャコップかなとは思ってるんです。
皆さんのターニングポイントになってるとこ面白いですね。
本当に、単純に、皆さんとの出会いもそうだし、僕個人で言うと本当に磯野さんとの出会いがここであって、今それこそ磯野さんと一緒に仕事できて、で今の自分があるので、本当にサターンバーチャコップでゲーム開発者とゲーム業界の人間にしてもらえたすごく大事な作品だなっていうのがあります。なので本当にみんなと一緒で感謝しかないですね。
The team left a note hidden in the game files. It's in thanks.doc. In it, the development team thanks everyone who was involved, including those who did packaging, PR, localization, and a list of online users who gave them feedback mid-development. It tells those users, quote, "Your valuable feedback will be incorporated into this product. You'll have to see for yourself whether or not it is." At the end of this project, these developers also left notes for each other.
終わった時は正直僕もちょっと思いつきたのと、このチームすごく好きになってたので、ちょっと別れるの嫌だなっていう気持ちになってましたね。で、ちょっと僕だけ 確か別のチームにすぐにまた異動になった時に、すごい寂しかった思い出があって、机になんかまた皆さんでこのチームで開発しましょうってメモを置いてなんか移動した記憶があります。
それ覚えてる。あったあった。
覚えてます。
覚えてる。
そうそう。覚えてます。
あったあった、そういうの。
僕のもうパソコンとか何もないただのデスクに、また皆さんでね、ゲーム開発しましょうって書き置きして、旅立ったっていうのは、ちょっと今思い出しました。
会おうと思えば会えますけどね。
それもなかったんですけど、なんか、これを思い出させてくれて、今回すごく嬉しいなと思います。
For most of the 7 men, this interview is the first time they've seen each other in many years. Adult lives tend to branch close-knit people away from one another, but the roots they share will never change. This corner of AM2 does not get nearly enough credit for this incredible contribution to gaming as a whole. If you look at Virtua Cop's North American manual, they get no credit at all. These pages only list the testers and localizers at SOA. Still, players who beat the game will see their names. For the legacy of Saturn's library, Virtua Cop helped show developers across the world that Saturn can render large 3D worlds with polygonal humans. It not only laid the foundation for first-party Saturn development, it set the groundwork for an entire genre of games, while solidifying 3D as the future of this medium. The SGL engine is also being used in Saturn's Virtua Fighter 2, hoping to show the world what fighters can be on this machine, after PlayStation's Tekken sweat the leg. SGL's true availability was sketchy, but that doesn't matter yet. These games are starting to look impressive, and Sega's future is looking bright. We all know how this story ends. At the time of this video's publication, Sega will be entering its 21st year post-exiting the hardware business. The era in which Virtua Cop was born is bygone. In the Sega fanbase, we often look back at what could have been done and what should have been done, while not remembering what it was like to live in the moment. As of 1995, Service Games is still valiantly ruling its place in the video game kingdom. They're dominating the uncharted 3D landscape at breakneck speeds, right after dethroning the once almighty Super Nintendo out west. Now preparing a buffet of software for the holidays, hopeful to show the others who's boss. This art form of the past can be experienced right now. You can play these great games anytime. The moment is gone, but we still get to live in it, even for just a brief lapse. We can step into the time machine, insert a metaphorical coin into the collection slot, launch ourselves into the digital kingdom that once was, soak in its rays, and absorb the mighty glow of its fluid presence. In Sega's rise, the sun shines bright, and the sky is blue.
Help me!
Yeah, I think that happened after Rally, and I think it's because I had done the voices for Rally that they said, "Hey, can you also do the voices for this game?" And it was a lot fewer things to say, but it was fun too. It was nice to be asked to do that, especially because that was a game for AM2. When these games would come out, you know, they would be a big deal. You know, it's the brand new game from Sega. So something similar happened with Rally, but I remember specifically in the case of Virtua Cop, I was with another American friend of mine from the company, and it was either on Halloween or like the week of Halloween, and people were out in costumes doing stuff. And so he and I went out to an area, this like, you know, a hip area mainly for younger people called Roppongi. It was pretty popular, a lot of bars, and, you know, you go there to have fun, you know, pick up girls and that kind of stuff. So when you're young, that's the kind of place you want to go. And so they had one of these Sega arcades there. I think it was called Giga or Gigo. And it was relatively new, but we had to duck out someplace to go and change into our costumes. I think I was going to be a vampire or something. And when we got toward the top of the escalator, right next to that, like the restrooms were back there, but on this side, they had put a whole bunch of Virtua Cop games because it was brand new. And it was just interesting. Somehow, I don't know if people were playing it or even during the idling, those innocents would say something, but I just remember like, this is so surreal. On a super high volume from a whole bunch of different games, I'm hearing my voice.
Help me!
My voice.
Help me! Don't shoot me! Don't shoot me!
I've got to remember this moment. So I still remember it. I remember I stood there and I said, wait a minute, I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to remember this, because how often are you going to have an experience like that in your life? Finish! There you go.
While editing this video, I was talking with friends online about how I someday want to max out the score in the arcade version, just like on Games Master. On a whim, I decided to fire up the emulator and give it one more go.
I've really enjoyed playing 4 days of golf with you. Now, drain that putt with me. Drain that putt with me. Don't give up. Drain that birdie with me. Hit that shit for me. My best shot. Cut driver. Nice par. Let's hope you win next time.
さらにゲームマニアになぜか人気の台湾のアイドルグループ SOS のライブも敢行。そして新作ゲームの競技会では腕に自慢のゲーマーたちの熱き戦いが繰り広げられたのだった。終わっちゃった。
隊長大変です。隊長、ひろこちゃんが。
Death Crimson, Virtua Cop.
フィニッシュ勝ったファーストあ、セカンドですか。いや